Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, check. Are we here? Are we ready for the Cleveland Browns game today? Jacksonville Jaguars coming to Cleveland for the first time this year and the first time in a little while.
Live from Cleveland, Ohio.
Also, something else to point out, this is the first time the Cleveland Browns and the Jaguars have played each other with playoffs on the line since what? Since Bottlegate, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they played each other both in playoff contention since Bottlegate. It's been since the old Central games that we had a Browns and Jaguars game that mattered this much. It's going to be interesting to see what happens today. The inactives are interesting. The Browns are out Denzel Ward and DeJuan Jones. The Jaguars are out some key pieces on offense, but we do know that Trevor Lawrence is going to play. We're going to see how that goes for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I expect him to play, be at full strength, and be himself. We know Joe Flacco is starting at quarterback. But that's news for Cleveland Browns. I think the big piece of news for the Browns right now, yes, it does stink that you don't have Denzel Ward. But the big piece of news is that you did get Cam Mitchell back off IR, so you do have somebody who you could fill in at that slot corner position, let Greg and Martin take care of the outside, so I don't think you have that big leak that you've had with Mike Ford in there. And then again, the story of the game, I contend, will continue to be getting pressure. If you get pressure, you ain't going to have a problem. If you don't get pressure, you will have a problem. That's going to be the story. But we'll see if the Browns live up to that story. We'll see what the game looks like. But let me know in chat what y'all think. Let me know in chat what y'all think.
Back here in Cleveland, we are set for action. The Jaguars, the Browns. Temperature 41 degrees, comfortable. If there's any rain, it's not in the forecast until...
All right, we are ready for kickoff here in Cleveland. They're breaking the guitar. The Browns will get the ball first. And we know that Joe Flacco will start the game. Good afternoon, Q. You've been saying this week the D-line shows up, we win. Flacco is the right choice for today. Yes, sir. Hey, I just hope for a win.
Back-to-back losses on the road at Denver and at LA against the Rams. Browns are 5-1 at home. Jaguars, perfect.
Let it fly.
Away from home. And a touchback to open things up. Out to the 25-yard line for Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns. We asked Flacco about getting back into the swing of things. He said, the body has not been an issue. Mentally, the adjustment to a new team at this point in the season.
Let's get it going, man.
Just trying to get to know the guys, get to know the playbook. But he said he's been comfortable with the offense that Kevin Stefanski runs.
Yeah, what's also challenging is trying to learn an entire playbook. I like his approach. Learning for the game plan for that ball game makes it a lot easier to absorb.
Shotgun.
Run. Jerome Ford. Nice little run to start the game.
Strong.
Like that.
First down across the 30 for 7 yards, brought down by Devin Lloyd. So the starting offense for Cleveland, the tackle position has been...
So two backup tackles today.
And DeJuan Jones is out with an injury, so James Hudson III will start at right tackle.
We'll see if that becomes a huge issue.
Receivers, Joku having a terrific season, although when talking to him, he said there's some moments he'd like back. Had a week of dropsies that he wants to put out of his head.
Good screen. Way to play it. There we go. Good play calling here to start. Run and then a little screen there.
Oluwakan, who has led the NFL in tackles each of the last 2 years, makes the stop. Defensively for Jacksonville, they just didn't go well against Cincinnati. Offense did enough to get...
Now, last week, we executed the opening game script really well. We just didn't capitalize enough after that.
Linebackers, highly productive. And in the secondary, No Tyson.
Hope to replicate the same success on at least on the opening script. Play action, throw over the middle, has it to Cedric Tillman, and that's another first down. The Browns are moving pretty smoothly here. I think we lost last week because we didn't have enough birthdays. How many birthdays in the chat this week? Thank you, Deborah, for the super chat. I don't know when this birthday thing became a meme. This has to be from a different channel. But thank you for the super chat.
Deliver the ball with dispatch on the cut, on the break, and put it right on him. I think we'll see a number of those type of throws today from Joe Flacco.
Flacco had a lot of success in this stadium as a member of the Baltimore Ravens and the Jets. Got a win here last season. And out to round 4.
All right, second and long.
A yard on the play. Robertson Harris makes the stop for Jacksonville.
Let's keep getting the chunks. Keep getting the chunks.
His turn with his Jaguars offense. Right now it's 38-year-old Joe Flacco signed to the practice squad on November the 20th. He told us it really was Sundays with the family, all the kids, with his parents. He bought the package to watch all the games.
Keep up there.
They'd watch the 1 o'clock game, eat, and then like time of the second game, head back home, get the kids ready for school the next day.
Loaded up signals for
Free runner. Caught it. Nice play. Way to take advantage of it. Wasn't the greatest throw in the world, but you got to a 3rd and short there. Good adjustment to the ball. Joe Flacco floats this, sees the free runner, and just gives it to Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford able to catch it, make a play on it. Good job.
I can do everything.
Let's get this W today. Thank you for what you do, Q. Appreciate you.
Concentration, batting the ball to himself.
We got 388 people in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, you might as well subscribe. All right, 3rd and 1 here. I think it's no surprise what they're going to do. They have Nick Harris in there.
Responsibility. Extra offensive line. Michael Dunn is in there.
Oh, they go play action. Deep shot. Has a man wide open. David Njoku. Browns score to start the game. Real easy there. Look, they bite in all the way on that play action. And all Joe Flacco has to do is make a layup, and he makes the layup, right? Just nobody in the vicinity is near David Njoku on this one. That is a fantastic play call by Kevin Stefanski. A fantastic play call.
Every instinct is to load up against the run if you're Jacksonville. And then they come with a play action, terrific play fake, and then Njoku runs free in the secondary.
We asked Njoku what it's been like playing with Flacco. He said, you know what? Exciting. Cool having him just throw such a pretty ball.
Tactical ball.
All right, play defense now. Now, if you're the Browns, you were in this same spot last week, right? You were in this same exact spot last week. Okay, you score on the opening drive, you get a wide open touchdown, all of that fun stuff, but then you give up a touchdown not a touchdown, a field goal on the next possession. Now you have to rewrite the wrongs from last week. If you don't want to replicate the results, you got to do something different. Get pressure on Trevor Lawrence, force him 3 and out. Make him uncomfortable, right? Because he's not going to be comfortable until he has some success on that hurt ankle. Don't allow that to happen this week. Rush him. Don't let him get comfortable. Don't let him think he's okay. Don't let him think he's fine. You got to get to him, get that pressure, and flip the script from last week if you want the result to be different. But what a start for this drive. What a start. Now you're down a couple people. Juan Thornhill not even in today. You're down a couple people. But you got to come out and play some defense. Again, that defensive line is healthy, and I think that defensive line is the most important piece of this defense.
I have a lot of family, but these days we're surrounded by family.
There's no problem so big that we can't talk it.
Oh, great guest, everyone.
Bravo.
We came to tear it up.
Well, that's right.
Oh, you wait, and then pow, tear.
All right, now you got to flip that script.
NFL on CBS is sponsored by Honda. The power of dreams.
That was a beautiful play call, though. I mean, look, Joe Flacco had to throw the ball, 3 times on that drive, and I think one of those times you could say that throw was contested, and it was a dump off to the running back.
Couldn't ask for a much better start for the Cleveland Browns. They go 6 plays, 75 yards, cap it off. Flacco to Njoku. Flacco 4 of 4 on the drive, 66 yards, and a touchdown.
It's all in the presentation. Sometimes when the guy you show that heavy run formation, sell play fake, it turns into an easy pitch to catch.
Dearness Johnson, the former Brown.
Yeah, there you go. Good stop there, special teams.
Yard line.
All right, defense. You know what you need to do today.
Trevor Lawrence told us Monday night he thought it was serious. Tuesday wasn't great. Tuesday night he took the boot off after the injury against Cincinnati and felt a little better. He went in Wednesday, could walk around at the practice facility, didn't practice, just got treatment. They did a little bit more on Thursday, involved in the game plan Friday, more, and throughout the week his optimism grew.
And he's done it before where he's had to play without all the reps he wants during the week. So he has a confidence level there.
Woo, good stop. J-OK.
Goes nowhere. It's a loss of 1 on the play.
Remember, the Jaguars have Ezra Cleveland at left guard, starting at left tackle.
That wasn't a wooside moment, was it? I mean, when he
All right, 2nd and 11. Let's keep going. Come on, keep going downhill.
and all of his wiggle to make sure he met the back in the hole.
2nd down and 11 for Jacksonville. 376 yards of offense against Cincinnati, but they allowed 491 to the Bengals. Lawrence.
No pressure. A little bit of time. All right, 3rd down. Get pressure here on 3rd down. Let's hope that we can keep this offensive momentum for most of the game. Yeah, we got to build on top of it. What you did not do a good job last week was building on top of your momentum as a football team, right? Offense does something good. Defense gives up a drive. You got to build on top of it. So what you need the offense to do is score. They already did that. Defense needs to get a stop, and then you need to build on top of that momentum. It's really that simple. 3rd down here.
Against the Bengals. We'll call it a 3rd and 3.
Hey, you're going to get a one-on-one here. One-on-one here. One-on-one.
ATN shifts to the backfield. Lawrence making his 47th.
Get the pressure.
Trying to run.
And he's short. Good job, defense. Good job, defense. Yes.
Smith helped make sure he didn't get
Build that momentum.
And Trevor,
Did you like the Grant Delpit extension? Yeah, I love it. Keeping more of the good young players here. And I know people are panicking about, oh, what about the contract? What about the cap space? The Browns are going to find ways to keep the players that they want. Re-sign Delpit. So who exactly was DW4 contract going to stop us from getting again? I just think people panic about these things without knowing about what it actually impacts. We've done this plenty of times. I mean, like even before the Browns went after Deshaun Watson, I remember having this conversation on this channel being like, hey, we got to stop panicking about cap space because apparently it's not that big of a deal. Go north. There we go.
as he crossed the 30-yard line.
Got to the 30. All right, let's stack. Let's stack. Let's stack. Let's stack.
Johnson makes the play on special teams. Browns get the ball back with the lead.
You think the holidays go by quickly? Football goes by quickly. So cherish every rush, pass, and rush, pass, turn.
All right, let's get it going now. Let's get it going. This is a good start to the game. It's about as good as you could hope for. You get a 3 and out to start. Again, kind of what I talked about, getting that momentum. Don't let Trevor Lawrence feel like he's okay. Don't let him feel like himself, because once you do, you're going to get the full Trevor Lawrence experience. So make sure that you do that. Get pressure on him early. You were able to stop him short of the sticks on that third down set. Great job by the defense. Offense, just executing the game plan, right? It didn't require a great effort from Joe Flacco. It didn't require a great effort from David Njoku. All it did was require that we execute the game plan to a T, and we got wide open guys running up and down the field.
Near you at wideyear.com.
It's okay to drop something. All your friends something. Yeah. It's a good time.
All right, let's get this game going. So far, so good. Let's continue that momentum offense. Let's get points. Get points. Stack them.
Browns open with a touchdown. Jaguars a 3-and-out. Cleveland takes over at the 31-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Browns. Number 17 in the NFL.
Oh, David Njoku at fullback.
Passing numbers have been all over the map because of all the changes in quarterback this season. Kareem Hunt will not get an opportunity on this possession. First down from the 31. Take the handoff. Flacco on the boot. Trying to connect.
All right. I feel like Kevin has tried to get the play action to work off of getting that extra big formation for a long time. Great play call. Yeah, he has. It finally paid off.
4 different quarterbacks in a season. You're not in a playoff hunt. The Browns are at 7-5.
The normal starter, right off the top. Watson, he goes out. The number 2 quarterback, Thompson Robinson, week 4 to a nice start.
And
Oh, they got DTR in.
on the sideline. And we thought this could happen with Thompson Robinson back from concussion protocol. Seeing some time. On a give to Hunt. DTR fakes it and sells it. The Jaguars don't really bite. They limit him to a 3-yard gain, and Flacco will rotate back in. When we asked,
My only thing about cap space is I think the front office does a great job managing cap, so I don't worry about the money. That ain't mine. Yeah.
they're so different.
Well, and also the thing that Jimmy Haslam does do that is exceptional is that he eats a lot of cash in order to help the cap.
Thompson Robinson has been out there.
That cannot be another offensive lineman, man.
He's got a number of starts along the way. And you notice they just had a handoff right out of the gate. Just
Oh, we lost our center.
that quarterback run game with him in it will come into play later on.
And it goes down on
Looked like a
that
concussion.
previous play. So right now, Nick Harris is taking some snaps.
We also need to expend JOK. Why are you calling him DeQuell Jackson? I don't get that one. They don't play similarly at all. That's just a weird comp.
Like me.
And me. I was still short of breath on my beta blocker
So I talked to my cardiologist.
and asked about treatment advances in HCM.
Just a
That talk made a real difference.
It gave me new hope.
Talk to your cardiologist today. Visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright and bring everyone together. Go over any type of terrain with Ford Broncos
All good.
and the confidence of go modes. And the versatile Ford Explorer with available seating for 7. And with
All right, still a 3rd and 7 here.
Ford F-150 Lightning.
Sorry, I'm making my iced tea. Well, my iced green tea. Most people refer to iced tea as black tea. Well, not black tea. What is it? Yeah, it's black tea. That's usually what sweet tea is made out of.
He's slinging that? That boy's slinging that shit, huh? He's slinging that?
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Panera's toasted baguettes are loaded with fresh details. Ripe tomatoes, melted mozzarella, and freshly made green goddess dressing. And when they come together, those details become big. Toasted baguettes from Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients. The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Macy's. Give love, give style. And by Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients.
Even Forsett helped to his feet, walked into the blue tent. That's where he is right now. So Nick Harris steps in at center. This is a 3rd and 7.
We got experience there.
Route. Nickel package here for Jacksonville. Trying to convert on the short pass. The Joker came.
All right. Punt it.
Loses yards. A loss of 1. It's 4th down.
Keep playing defense.
Josh Allen, first Jaguar to greet him.
Not just a pass rusher, a full football player, Josh Allen, had a nice sense and feel on that play. And instead of just getting upfield and blasting towards the quarterback, sensed something was coming in his direction and stayed with the tight end, David Njoku, to help foil the play.
Corey Bajorquez averaging just over 50 yards per punt. We'll kick it away for Cleveland. Return man is the rookie from Penn State, Parker Washington, standing at his own 17-yard line. He's got a long punt return of 22 yards this year. Much of a rush. Bajorquez.
Oh, good punt. With the tackle.
Retreats. Washington works the side.
Good punt.
Across the 15.
Great punt.
56-yard kick for Bajorquez and a 4-yard return. We'll be back 30 seconds after this from Progressive Insurance.
Play. This is not a watch party.
Watch party? You're so funny. As a party party.
Let's check the replay.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
Yeah, let's check these scores around the AFC. Let me check these scores real quick, y'all.
Seven 0 lead for Cleveland. Joe Flacco huddling up with Alex Van Pelt in his 4th year as the offensive coordinator for the Browns, heavily involved.
Nothing really happening yet.
Decision making on game days. So far, so good.
Got him in the same part of the field. Oh, JOK. And they're not going to take him. What the fuck? Did anybody else's Sunday ticket just glitch out?
Time it out. Olusu Koromoa, 16-yard pickup. Jacksonville will turn it down.
The penalty is declined. Result of the play.
All right, get him on this set.
They told you, Nail, watch number 6, bottom of your screen. You mentioned trying to time it up. Missed it by about a step.
Also should mention on that Jacksonville offensive line, it's Tyler Shatley in at the left guard with Cleveland shifting over to left tackle. Shatley versatile, can play center as well. It's ETN. Finds a running lane.
Got to make that first tackle. Got to get back there quicker. I think somebody fell in their rush lane. I think that's why that happened.
Yes, how about that connection? The Cincinnati Bengals picking up where they left off last week down in Jacksonville. 50 pass for the touchdown.
Chase Brown.
Put Cincinnati up 7-0 over Indianapolis. Back to Ian, Charles, and Evan.
Thank God we had a chance to talk to Jake Brown a couple of weeks ago. He knew this opportunity was right there for the taking. And right there.
All right, stop him.
ETN. Terrific.
Couple big runs you just gave up there. I mean, that's what we thought was going to be the big problem with this game.
And watch Brandon Sheriff, 68, get downfield. Tyler Shatley, 69. Luke Fortner, the center, 79. But look at Sheriff running all the way downfield as an escort for ETN.
And that's another player.
Moving, pulling, and hitting open targets.
Is that Okoronkwo?
He's had a couple injuries there. Sheriff was
It's
limping a bit.
Okoronkwo.
And the Cleveland Browns
Hopefully gets up.
Okoronkwo is the one down on the play.
They're one of their designated pass rushers. Edge player that they got from Houston, had 8 sacks there last year. Originally with the Los Angeles Rams, had a lot of speed off the edge.
3.5 sacks this season. Good power. And part of this
He looks fine.
defense that has flourished under first-year defensive.
All right, Zadarius, man. Come on. Come on, Z-Man.
Jim Schwartz's background? Well, spent a lot of time with Doug Peterson. In fact, 5 years in Philadelphia together, winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, a lot made of that this week. Oh, Peterson versus Schwartz. They know each other so well. What's going to be like? Talk to both of them individually. And both said, yeah, we know each other, but we're not calling the games quite the same because our personnel has changed. That's what you have as a good coach. You change with your personnel to emphasize what they do best.
Jacksonville in Cleveland territory. Shotgun. Lawrence. Step and throw. Lawrence.
No good.
It's incomplete.
All right, second down.
And Calvin Ridley. Alex
Come on, get
Wright,
pressure on him.
Pressure on Lawrence. Defensively for Cleveland, they still come in number 1 ranked in the NFL and overall defense. Zadarius Smith already with a sack today. Myles Garrett trying to get back to his business. Linebackers, Walker is one of the leaders of this group. And Juan Thornhill, a late scratch with a calf injury, so we've seen a lot of Ronnie Hickman, the rookie out of Ohio State, in at that other safety spot. Grant Delpit reportedly just signed a contract extension, 3 years, $36 million. Shotgun on 2nd and 10, flags down, and whistle the play dead.
It's got to be false start.
Once again.
False start.
Yep. Good job.
And it is Ezra Cleveland, who did have experience at left tackle at Boise State, but his first start at left tackle as an NFL player.
And guess who he's going against in most situations? Be one of the most feared pass rushers.
I feel like our special teams being 100% better than last year isn't getting talked about enough. Just our kicker, our punter. The coverage has been up and down this year, but it has been better than last year.
The Jaguars back in their own territory. Pull the trigger underneath.
Make the tackle. Boom. Oh, make the tackle. All right. Only gave up about 6 yards.
The 45. Bouncing around.
3rd and long still.
For 6 yards.
The way the Browns converged on this play, he got way more out of this play than expected. Look at all the brown shirts that are in the area.
Boy, that contact balance by Dearness Johnson is just great.
Bringing up those numbers on the pinball machine and getting a little bit of extra yardage. But here, Jim Short's 3rd and 9, exactly what he wants. And look at this. Anything 37 plus, there's 6 overall first and 3rd down percentage defense.
Dime package here for the Cleveland Browns. And a 3rd and 9 for Jacksonville. Lawrence, good protection.
Get your hands up. Good play. Martin, great play. Good job there. One-on-one there. Got his arms up. Was able to deflect the ball. And that's a pass deflection from Martin Emerson. Just plays as well. White watches the hips, mirrors. Uses his length. He's a taller corner. Gets in there without even touching him. Great technique by Martin Emerson.
Able to make the play. There's a step on him by Zay Jones. But because he's 6'2", watch the arm come into play at the end.
Good job.
And gets it right in front of Zay Jones and knocks it away. Emerson, a very underrated corner.
And once again, the Jaguars playing without Christian Kirk. Logan Cook with the punt, trying to place this inside the 10. Fair catch ball for right there at the 10. By Crochet.
Let's cook something up offense. We know that you can score on that opening script with Flacco. Just got to get that going a little bit more. Let's get some points here. We'll love a field goal here. So far, so good. Couple of plays where you gave up a little bit of yardage, but so far, so good.
Set, get.
Those speed.
Right now, if you're looking for scores around the North, the Rams are up on the Baltimore Ravens 3-0, and the Bengals are up against the Indianapolis Colts 7-0. I think that the Bengals will win that game in Indy. I said that in my preview on the AFC North Talk. And when it comes to the Baltimore Ravens and the Rams, I do think that Baltimore is going to eventually take that one. But those are the scores right now. We're going to keep up with them as the game continues. We got over 600 people in chat right now. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you aren't subscribed, go subscribe. And yes, this is much different than last week, right? Because it seemed like the defense and the offense weren't on the same page, weren't helping each other. Offense goes 3 and out. Okay, cool. The defense comes out, gets a stop as well. Like, we're playing complementary football this week. This is why it feels a little bit different than it did against the Rams. Still got to execute, still got to complete the circuit, right? Still got to get some offense here after that first drive, which you've only had one other possession. So we'll see what you do here, backed up a little bit on your own 10. Hopefully you can get some run game going.
And believe in yourself.
This is my cause, and these are my cleats.
Colts just missed their field goal against Cincinnati.
So a touchdown to open things up, 6 plays, 75.
All right, nice grinded out drive here to take this into the second quarter.
Now the first and 10 at their own 10-yard line. Peter Strong Jr. now in there, rotating running back so far in the first. Motion man is running. Fake the pitch. Flacco, it's got around that one. There's no one there. Gotsis put the pressure. Play is whistle dead. Flacco trying to point to someone that was in the general area as Rayshon Jenkins came away with a loose football.
He would be pointing to a shadow. There was no one there.
84 was in the vicinity. Take a big pass.
Vicinity.
I'm laughing. I think they stretched vicinity on this one. Let's take a look as he comes out on the boot.
Nah, 84 is there.
You tell me. You tell me.
No, we got away with one. We got away with one.
Vicinity.
Okay, that's a good vicinity.
The play. Stonewall. Peter Strong Jr. Jacksonville ready for it. No gain. Josh Allen leading the charge for the Jaguars. We approach 5 minutes to go.
All right, 3rd and 10.
Now you have to think to yourself about Mike Caldwell, defensive coordinator Jacksonville, and what he saw Monday night against his defense, which throughout the season has been excellent against the run and get gashed in a big way by Cincinnati, whether it was Joe Mixon or Chase Brown. Big runs, gaping runs during that time frame. They were off, not in their gaps.
Let's get something with Elijah Moore here if we could protect it.
The evidence of the work that they did this week and mentally getting prepared against a big-time running football team in Cleveland, much better than early going down.
Yeah, Doug Peterson mentioned to us the defense was not disciplined enough, not trusting their eyes.
Oh, you got Coop. Got Coop. Throw it. Throw it. Throw it to Coop. Oh, he missed them. He was late.
Cleveland sideline over the head of Amari.
Damn. He gonna want that one back.
Punt for the second time.
He had a small window there to get it off the Coop.
Throwing it over the sideline. Why? Covered underneath and covered over the top. Andre Sisto, number 5.
He had Coop right there.
Coming into his own. Had that one diagnosed quite well. Would have been a nice play on the football.
All right, flip the field.
Get to the receiver.
It is Bajorquez kicking to Washington. Washington standing at Jacksonville 40. Bajorquez blasted a 56-yarder on his first attempt. This is another good one from Bajorquez. Great catch by Washington. Washington looking to double back.
Nope.
Didn't happen.
Way to flip field, Cody. Way to flip field, Cody. Beautiful punt there. Great coverage, too, by the punt team.
Talk about sometimes you can outkick your coverage. Not with these Cleveland Browns. They stayed with it the entire way. Great catch. But the coverage was even better.
He might have been better off letting that bounce because that looked like I was going to go to the end zone. Goodness gracious, Bojo. Goodness gracious. What a punt.
With Rakuten, so you didn't get
So far, you're not doing anything to kill your momentum. Again, defensively, you're gonna need to hold up. They've helped you out special teams. Again, like this is what I mean by complementary football. Not only is it offense and defense, we often forget special teams role in this, right? And special teams is helping you make sure that you're in a position to play more complementary football. Got 2 good punts on those 2 times that you've had to punt. If the offense can't get it done, okay, let's get those punts in and continue that momentum for the defense, not giving them a short field. And that was just a hell of a punt there. Hell of a punt.
Seasons of the FBI's, premiering the Tuesday after Super Bowl 58 on CBS. Trevor Lawrence has never missed a game because of injury. I'm not talking about NFL only. High school, college, and NFL. Missed 2 games because of COVID in 2020.
Good tackle. Good tackle, Grant. Good tackle.
Delpit on the play. How about his movement so far? What have you seen from Trevor Lawrence?
He looks fine.
Know that he rolled his ankle badly on Monday. I don't think we'd be talking about it. The movement seems fine. Taking off trying to run there. Watch him hit the back foot. That's the ankle that you hurt. The right ankle, no problem with that. When able to hit it and step into his throws. So far, Trevor Lawrence appears to be A-OK with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Working extensively with his strength coach, Will Weinkoop. Lawrence on the move.
Good defense.
Incomplete. Calvin Ridley, the intended target along the side.
Good defense there, Greg.
For Greg Newsome II. So
all right, get him off the field.
About Weinkoop. He said, I've been working with him for a while, and then the Jaguars brought him in. So now they're working together. Cohesive mentality and philosophy.
Yeah, not just Trevor, but the rest of the quarterbacks, specialist skill position guys, trying to train their bodies to be in those uncomfortable positions in games so they're able to withstand the pressure of the hits.
Delta Rockwell, who was shaken up earlier, is back on the field for Cleveland.
Look at the pressure that they're showing here. Trevor Lawrence trying to decipher it.
Drive the line. Lawrence.
Good tackle. Martin Emerson with a heater today. Martin Emerson with an absolute heater today. Let's go.
The corners, secondary guys for the Cleveland Browns, they're playing this game with extreme confidence. Look at Emerson. He never retreats. He sees the ball thrown in front of him and just drives on it as soon as the ball's out the hand of Trevor Lawrence and just comes right up and dumps Zay Jones. Those corners, they believe they are invincible out there. And so far in the early going, MJ Emerson, his coverage skills top notch. Remember, Denzel Ward, the other coverage guy, is not in the game today.
Almost got a block punt there.
A little more pressure from Cleveland.
All right, decent field position.
Retreats.
You won the field position flip.
Yard line. It's a 50.
All right, let's get that drive-in offense.
We'll be back in 30 seconds after this.
All right, let's get that offense. Let's get that drive-in for the offense now. It's about time. What, 2 3-and-outs in a row? It's about time you get something going. One on bad field position, the other one just on bad execution. It's about time you get it. Let's get it going. They just used the incompletion as a highlight for Trevor Lawrence.
Team that has a losing record. That's how competitive it has been. The Browns 7-5. That Steelers loss to New England on Thursday night benefits Cleveland.
Boy, a 5-yard run here would be huge. That's not it. Oh. Get north. All right.
Half a yard on the play.
All right, good thing you didn't lose 5. 2nd and 9.
Quarter, we saw Ethan Posick go down with that right arm injury. It's officially a stinger. He's listed as questionable. He remains in the locker room, and this is a Browns offensive line that just continues to get hit by key injuries.
Yeah, Jedrick Wills Jr. out. Jack Conklin out. DeJuan Jones, who has stepped in and done excellent work, out. Now it's Nick Harris in at center, replacing Posick. Second down, just over 2 minutes to go in the first. Flacco. Sideline. Amari Cooper.
Did he catch that?
Out of bounds.
How about the positioning there? Was that Monteric Brown, number 30, who stepped in today to play corner, taking the spot of Tyson Campbell? All he does is position himself right there and make it difficult. You may get the catch.
I don't know. Let me see the feed. Oh.
White. Watch his toes.
Oh, just.
But he was clearly in the white on that one. No place for him to come down. Good position by Brown. The second.
All right, come on, man. We need a first down here.
The day 4 of 4 he's hit on one of his last 5 passes. This is a 3rd and 9 for Cleveland. Nickel package. Flacco, that's too high.
Oh, come on now.
Over the head of Njoku.
Come on now. That's just bad offense there.
Not able to get his feet set and make an accurate throw. He felt like the pressure was coming at him. Watch him handle the snap. Had a little trouble with that. So then he's trying to get the grip and get the ball out of there because he felt the pressure was going to come at him. All those white shirts crowding the line of scrimmage, mugging the gaps in between center and guard. He won that ball out of his hands quickly, timing all off on that play.
Charles, he didn't get the laces.
Now, and a lot of times you don't get the laces on quick throws, and quarterbacks work on that incessantly. Just being able to throw the ball without getting it around to the laces. But there's a few other things out of back for him there.
Well, Hawkins to Washington, trying to get to the outside. He does. Little stutter step move and a flag down on the.
Hopefully that's on them.
Big flags coming on that one.
It looked like a block in the back. So it's come back 15.
Washington with a terrific return to the perimeter. But Ron Torbert is going to have some info. 58-yard punt, 26 yards on the return.
If you're covering for a guy with a big leg like Bajorquez, you cover the normal distance, and you better cover an extra 10 or 15 more. Otherwise, you're going to give up big returns.
Illegal block in the back by the return team, number 14. Penalty is 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Jacksonville's ball, 1st and 10.
Elijah Cooks on special teams called on the penalty. Pierre Strong Jr. was limping just a bit, walking off.
So that penalty happened there. That's going to push it back pretty far, actually.
And as you noted on the last possession, actually,
Because what they got it at the 30.
As they rotated guys.
So yeah, that ball is going to be all the way back at the 20.
The ball, but I'm eager to see when Cleveland gets it back, if they're able to get their running game going. Because Joe Flacco would be so much.
Yeah, right there.
There's the penalty that was right there. Cooks being able to smack him in the back. But Joe Flacco would be a lot better working off play action in the boot game if Cleveland's running the ball successfully. I think they just announced an extra offensive lineman in the ball game for Jacksonville.
It is Blake Hance.
Blake Hance, former Brown.
Instead of having excellent field position, Jaguars get it to 22-yard line. They have 56 total yards of offense. Quick snap to ETN. So Wildcat once again, not effective. 1-yard pickup, Owusu Koromoa there to make the stop.
Now, he's thought of as just a speed guy. Owusu Koromoa just came out of Notre Dame with the ability to run really, really fast. But he plays the run right well for a guy that's about 220 pounds playing linebacker.
Was thought of maybe as a hybrid coming out, safety linebacker skills. 2nd and 9, shotgun here for Lawrence. He's 5 of 8 for 35 yards in the first quarter. Lawrence.
They did a good job picking that up.
Exactly where it needs to be for Ingram.
They did a great job picking that up. Jacksonville did.
Evan Ingram, he has set the Jaguars' all-time mark for catches in a season by a tight end. Who held it before him? He did last year.
Nothing like competing with yourself, right? But 2 good things on that play. Number 1, Trevor Lawrence sees the pressure coming and knew where his outlet was, and it was Evan Ingram. Number 2, Evan Ingram seeing the tackle from MJ Emerson and stepping over it and getting to the first down mark.
Ingram's guy growing up was Tony Gonzalez. Ingram, an Atlanta native. Flag is down.
All right, we're getting a little sloppy here.
Trevor Lawrence wants an explanation, and Ron Torbert might be asking the same thing.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense, number 90. Jumping in the neutral zone to cause the offensive player to react. That's a 5-yard penalty. So first down.
Maurice Hurst Jr., that's why Lawrence reacted the way that he did.
And you see how Brandon Sheriff, the left, just reached out with his left hand, the guard, to acknowledge, hey, he's in the neutral zone. Did you see it, Mr. Official? Just bring a little extra tension to it. It's a veteran move by Sheriff, a former Pro Bowler.
At least he said Mr. Yeah, that's important.
You know, be nice about the whole thing. Establish good relationship.
Play action.
They got a guy in the middle. Oh, shit. Oh, he missed it. Got lucky. Got lucky there.
He had major separation. Incomplete.
Got lucky there. Oh, my God. Yeah, wide open there. Cam Mitchell just falls down.
Mitchell even grabbed him because he knew he was beat, and somehow he got past it. If you go back about 3 steps there, Mitchell, 29, grabs the jersey of Zay Jones and gets away with it as Jones ran right through it. Watch, right there, you see it? And then he's able to get past it. And was that just enough to keep him from the big play? Potentially.
2nd and 5. ETN in there. Motion man Washington. Lawrence.
Good coverage.
Throw it away.
Good coverage there. Hey, watch what Cam Mitchell just did on that play. See, he came back, fell down, almost gave up a big one. But on that play there, he kind of gets lost there, picks up the tight end, and really does a good job picking him up in the flat and really just getting rid of Trevor Lawrence's outlet for that 3rd down conversion. Just watch 29 here at the bottom of your screen. He points it out. He sees it. He doesn't overreact, and then he does a great job mirroring that tight end to make sure that that's not open. Great job there by the young player.
Not putting the ball in the way.
5 defensive backs for Cleveland. This is a 3rd and 5 for Jacksonville. Final stages of the opening quarter.
They called a delay a game. Delay a game.
It's not been the smoothest of quarters.
Here again. By the offense.
But do you sense something that we talked about coming in? The Browns at home and their defense at home is different. And Kevin Stefanski said they just feed off the energy of this crowd here, and we need to take advantage of it. You're right, it hasn't been smooth. This Browns defense the last 2 weeks has been gashed for 30-plus points a game. Today, they look like the Browns we've seen all year long.
Charles, they allowed 10.1 points per game at home. On the road, 30.7. Huge disparity. 3rd down and 10. Lawrence steps up, buys time.
There it is.
Incomplete.
There it is. Big stop. Huge stop. Huge stop by the defense.
And there were about 3 brown shirts in that area, too. So in a lot of ways, probably fortunate the ball hit the ground and didn't end up in the air where one of those guys could have made a play on the football. And this Brown secondary, injuries hasn't really mattered much today. Juan Thornhill went out earlier, as Evan Washburn reported. But Rodney Hickman, the undrafted free agent rookie at Ohio State, playing in quite well, number 33.
4 possessions, 4 punts for the Jaguars. That's a walk-away from Cook.
All right, good field position. Hey, the offense got to sustain a drive here, though. Like, I don't care if you even get points. Like, you just got to sustain a drive. And that should be something Joe Flacco should be able to do. Like, he got to sustain more drives than this. One of the things I was worried about with Joe, and I pointed out in the film breakdown, he sometimes goes to the check down too fast, or he just blurts it downfield. Like, I need him to sustain drives here. You know what I mean? Time of possession is a big thing for this team. We're not getting it right now. He needs to sustain this drive. Need 2 or 3 first. Well, need 3 first downs at the very least. Just let the defense catch his breath.
First down.
There you go. Got it. There you go. And that'll take us to the end of the first.
Another well-thrown pass from Joe Flacco to the tune of 17 yards. The Browns lead the Jaguars 7-0. The second quarter is coming up. The NFL on CBS.
AWS is helping the NFL to predict and prevent injuries with AI. By analyzing millions of data points from every game, they power simulations of any play, in any condition, with any player. And by capturing every move to reduce injury risks and improve equipment, it helps keep players on the field and that's a top of their game.
At Target, get low prices on Target.
Yeah, big first down there. You just want to sustain a drive, like get a 7-minute drive here or something like that, because you're just going 3 and out so fast that like you're asking a lot from the defense, and it started to look like the defense was getting a little bit tired. So, just sustain a couple drives here, right? Whether you get a touchdown or not, sustain some drives. You have the reflection behind, and well, we'll see if that becomes a problem when it becomes a problem, Nirvana fan. Appreciate you looking out, but we'll see if that's an issue, if it becomes an issue. I don't anticipate it. It's been like that all season. I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
Script is probably what they're trying to work on right now. But that first throw from Flacco, let's see if that loosens things up a little bit. See if they get going on their ground side.
Man, a 5-yard run here would be big if you can get it, or just 5 yards on first down. Big play. There we go. There we go.
First down at the 35.
This is what we needed.
Tackle made by Rayshawn Jenkins for Jacksonville. It covers 20 yards.
And how long has Joe Flacco been here with the Browns?
3 weeks.
Okay, look at the timing on this play. That ball's already on its way to Elijah Moore.
Good job there.
And they went out of the play action as opposed to the boot game. But I'm thinking that the play action is a little bit better for Joe Flacco than booting out. For those extra steps trying to find people, just getting back in the pocket ready to plant and throw.
Ooh, almost fumbled that snap. Hey, Joe. Hey, get it together here, buddy.
31 by Lewicki. Check in with that.
And guys, not much surprises, Kevin Stefanski, especially when it comes to quarterback position. But you mentioned with Joe Flacco last week, just the timing, CD. As you mentioned, that one pass he had in the first quarter, the 3rd down and 4.
Browns need some points off this drive. We need to pull ahead a bit. Honestly, just start to sustain some drives, too.
On the couch waiting for this opportunity.
And having the common thread, Kevin Stefanski, Joe Flacco, Terry Cooper, who took Joe Flacco really nice.
Good ball. Get running, David. Touchdown, David. Let's go. Big man.
This is a trap pass. Watch the guard.
Good shit here. Great execution.
So you think it's a run, but it's a pass. And Jerome Ford steps up and picks up a rusher. The running back 30.
Appreciate you too, Machine Gun.
As I has been describing, right on time with a perfect throw. And how about the stiff arm by Njoku, who came into the game number 2 in tight ends with yards after the catch. Number 1's Evan Ingram from Jacksonville. Njoku goes yards after catch and finishes in the end zone.
And credit to Jerome Ford, pass throw for him, helping to create that play. The extra point from Hopkins. It's a 14-0 lead for the Browns. Flacco.
Wow. Great call there. I mean, great call there. You caught him in a trap opposite sided, and Joe Flacco does a great job standing in there and delivering that ball. Just exactly what you needed. Bam, boom, bing, big play. That's what you wanted to see, right? You wanted points. I mean, you wanted a sustained drive. You got it. It came right at the right time. Keep playing defense here. Hey, look, the Jaguars did the one thing that they could not do in this game, which is go down early to the Cleveland Browns on the road. The thing about the Browns is it's hard for the Browns to get points. But if they start getting points, especially at home, then you're playing right into the type of ball game that the Browns like to play in. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are the one kind of in retreat mode. So now they're going to have to hold on to that ball a little bit longer. Let's see if they go away from that run game. We know with this defense, the more teams go away from the run game, the better it is for the Browns. If the Browns can get this to a 3-score lead, they can lock in that this run game's not going to be a part of the factor for a good chunk of the ball game. So you still want that other score here because they can run down 14. It's not unheard of. But with the team that doesn't really have that much success running the ball like the Jaguars, doesn't have that much faith running the ball, I doubt down 14 they go to running the ball. So got to still play defense, got to finish the game, but a good start here to start out that second quarter with the Cleveland Browns. So far, so good. Got to continue, but you're playing the game that you really want to play, like you really are. Great job here. Great job by Joe Flacco. Great job by Kevin.
Goes down as it crosses the 20-yard line. Let's take a look at Next Gen Stats powered by AWS.
And a lot of this is predicated on how good a man coverage team this Cleveland Browns team is. This is today, almost 54% of dropbacks. Look at Trevor Lawrence's 2 assists.
You bench David Njoku on fantasy because of the drop. See, this is why you can't be a fan of the team that you have a lot of your players on, because you let like how you feel about a player make fantasy football decisions. And sometimes you'll bench somebody because you're annoyed with what they do on your team when it comes to winning. But what you need to do to win and what you need to do to win fantasy football games are two different things. Play action. Browns didn't bite. Pick it! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! That was the big mistake. You baited them into it.
Turn it over.
Let's go. They're playing our game right now. They're playing our game.
You'll see the end here. Jones is going to the middle. The ball's overthrown. And MJ Emerson makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch as he becomes the receiver.
Emerson is third of the season. Browns take over.
Beat the last minute rush at Dick's Sporting Goods. Get up to 50% off hoodies, fleece, and apparel from Under Armour and more. Plus 25% off select footwear. Download the Dick's app and get $30 off your next purchase of $150 or more. Order now and it's guaranteed to get there by the 24th. Every holiday starts at Dick's.
We came out to fight by popular command. Your melty wishes are our command. With the new shoe and Swiss, it'll warm your hands and brighten your days.
Wow. All right, you got to get points here. Get points off this turnover. You get 17 points, then you really force the Jaguars to play your game for the rest of this game. And I feel really good about your chances of victory if you get to do that.
That's God, how makes it easy to get coverage for what you care about. Cars, apartments.
Wow.
And what about the wool?
Wow.
I've got you. There you go.
Oh, dust in the cartridge.
Good evening.
From cars to renters to jewelry, it's easy to Geico.
Oh, it's about
Yeah, this is what happens when you back a team up on their heels. Now they're not playing the game plan that they want to come into. Now they're playing the game plan that the Browns want them to play. And look, nobody plays that downhill checkers style of game better than the Cleveland Browns defense. And once you start playing into their hands, oh, it's whatever the Browns defense wants it to be at that point. So this is just having an elite unit, starting out fast, and then getting help from your offense. This is what complementary football does for you, right? We did not play it last week. You lost that game. You saw how it rolled into such a deficit at the end of that game because you just refused to play complementary football. Now you're seeing how complementary football can work the opposite way, and we've seen it all year. This is what it looks like when you play complementary football on both sides, when you have an offense that's helping out the defense and the special teams helping out the offense when the offense ain't offensing, right? Like, you have these kind of things going on for you, and it leads to what has been a excellent start to this game. Still got to finish, though.
When you're sleeping. Yeah, you get a raw.
Nice throw from Lawrence to that new Jaguars wide receiver, Martin Emerson. That was great.
Let's go back to the INT, Charles.
Yeah, and this play timing was off right from the beginning. See Evan Ingram coming in motion? He's supposed to have cleared all the way past Trevor Lawrence before this play starts, but he doesn't, so the timing's off. Now, watch St. Jones to the bottom of your screen. He's moving towards the middle of the field, but Trevor Lawrence is throwing that ball more towards the outside, and instead of it being St. Jones' receiver.
They really are trying Martin Emerson. That's not a good idea. All right, J4, get this run in real quick. Oh, yeah, you got it. You got it, J4. You got it, J4. Run, J4. There it is. There it is, Jay.
Nick Harris with a key block.
There it is. MJ sometimes get beat, but, man, he a ball hawk. Yeah. And he plays good technique.
So he's used to getting out and being able to run. And Wyatt Teller, 77, there's a reason he's been second-team All-Pro a couple of times, because he gets out.
Well, way to string it along, G.
With people, and they create that distance and that gap that Jerome Ford's able to take advantage of. The middle three, right there, Harris, Antonio, and Teller, the strength of that offensive line.
26-yard run. Browns now have 182 total yards. Trying to dance. Falls forward after a modest gain. Blackson with the hit. NFL Today update. Let's go to New York.
How do you get Odell Beckham to imitate Michael Jackson?
Oh my gosh. Well, I know this. He is wide open. And what an adjustment by Odell Beckham Jr. to make this catch.
Good catch.
46 yards out. Second touchdown pass for Lamar Jackson. Baltimore up 14-10 over the Rams. And back to Ian Charles and the hair. And Phil, we would never tell you to be there. Ever. Baltimore's 9-3. Right now, in position to potentially grab that number one.
Good run. Good run, Reem. All right, third and short.
Takes it to the 36-yard line, brought down by Rayshon Jenkins and Devin Lloyd. It's going to bring up third down after the gain of 6.
Play action has been working well for Cleveland. That time, it wasn't play action. They actually handed it to the runner, able to find a gap upfield and put him in a good third down distance.
You mentioned the Gary Kubiak connection. Kevin Stefanski was only with Kubiak, not even a calendar year, but he's become a mentor as a coach and a person. He talks to him and Gary's son Clint every week. They're down
Got cool. Oh, Joe, what the fuck?
He put it right in the chest of Darius Williams.
What was that, Joe?
Balance.
Why did you throw that? You had the out.
And he throws one here in the second quarter this week.
This became a little bit of a smash-up derby out.
Oh, okay.
Because inadvertently,
They should call a pass interference on that.
Top for the Browns, and the receiver can't get there. And Darius Williams fills the void and happily takes it away. Quietly having a big-time season. Another pass breakup for him, came into it with 16. That's a 17 with an interception tacked on top.
So the Jaguars, who got out of the gate hot in the INT department, come up with one here. Williams is 4th of the season. And now Jacksonville takes over at the 42. And a big hole.
Great tackle by Martin.
Territory at the 49. That's a 9-yard rip. for ETN, brought down by Ronnie Hickman on the play.
And how about your tight ends? They got to do some blocking, don't they? And here comes Luke Farrell, 89, with a wham block to the inside. And then they also caught Grant Delpit, their hard-hitting safety, really hurtling towards the line of scrimmage. He overruns the play, and the is big.
Second down and 1 for Doug Peterson and the Jaguars, trailing 14-0. Give it to ETN again. This time.
Good job. Way to force the third down.
He was dropped in midfield. A loss of 1 on the play, hit by Miles Garrett.
Notice they ran the same play essentially twice, Ryan. Why? This is the type of play that's been giving Cleveland trouble over the last couple of weeks. Jacksonville trying to recreate what Denver and the Rams did having success.
Lawrence.
That's a good catch.
St. Jones for a first down. To the 38-yard line of Cleveland. That's a 12-yard pass play for Jacksonville.
St. Jones is a big part of their pass game now, especially with Christian Kirk not in the lineup. Because St. Jones is that veteran guy who can help Calvin Ridley, who can help Parker Washington, the rookie, get into the right places and run the right routes. That's a miscommunication Monday night. Might have cost them their quarterback for a while there with the receiver not in the right place. Jones helps them with that.
Wildcat ETN takes that ball and turns it into an excellent.
Gotta hold him to a field goal here.
Across the 35-yard line, Tony Fields.
That was a really bad interception.
And don't think for a second these two offensive lines can't get out and move. We showed you the Browns on the move on their last possession. We had the center and the guard pulling on that one to go back to opposite. You notice how ETN took the jab step to the right to allow the center and the guard to pull left.
That was a really bad interception.
Lawrence is 7 of 14, 58 yards.
All right, hold him to a field goal. Limit the damage.
6. The running play. This
All right.
time, Johnson gets an opportunity of gains.
Get him here. Get him here. Get him here. Get him here.
So third down and short coming up. Shelby Harris with the hit. Jacksonville had a chance to jump into that top spot in the AFC if things went a different way against Cincinnati, but overtime loss 34-31 put them on their heels here. Jaguars are 13-4 in their last 17 regular season games. Trying to convert on a 3rd and 4.
Pressure. Oh, got him. Grant Delpit. Big play takes him out of field goal range. Wow. Wow.
So you don't get the
Complimentary football, y'all. Complimentary football. Say it with me, chat. Complimentary football. Even when you make a mistake, you can get on top of it. Grant Delpit shoots out of a cannon here and then wraps up on him.
And he just came right at Trevor Lawrence.
Hey man, he got the strongest ankle joints in the world. Trevor Lawrence does, because I don't know how they didn't reactivate that injury.
There in the pocket.
And Johnson knocked him out of field goal range. Took another punt.
Come on, bounce it to the end zone.
Place this one in the corner. And it's going to roll out of bounds. Crochet was caught in between. Should he move forward or let it bounce? 40-yard punt. Out of bounds at the 5. Grant Delpit. Celebration time.
Brand knows everyone celebrates the holidays differently. That's why we make trucks for all of them, like those with holiday spirit and those with not so much. For people who love the cold and people who don't. We make trucks for good Samaritans, good neighbors.
All right, man. Like, hey, hey, Joe Flacco, you got bailed out of that interception, baby, because that was not good. I understand why it happened. It was a pick play. You didn't get the rub. Cedric Tillman doesn't run the rub correctly. You end up throwing it on trust, and it ain't there. I get how it happens. I ain't really that mad at it. But boy, oh boy, did that happen at the wrong part of the field. Hey, you got it. But hey, that's what defense is for. That's what the defense is for. Completely wipes that interception from mattering anymore. Toradol is a hell of a drug, Q. Nah, that's not. Look, Toradol don't stop sharp pain. It just numbs sitting pain. Right, that's the thing about Toradol. Like if something hurts, it still hurts with Toradol. It's just like that sitting pain that you have, it numbs that. But like if somebody grabs that ankle,
Browns 14.
that shit hurt. I don't care what drugs you on.
This first
Unless you on heroin.
Flacco and the Browns back up.
AB is such a wizard.
Single setback is Kareem Hunt. Fake the handoff. Flacco throws.
Good shit. Oh,
Jacksonville's got it. On the swoop, it's Devin Lloyd, and he's out of bounds.
that's not complimentary football.
Have a first down. Instead,
That's just.
cough it up. Jaguars.
Come on, man.
I think
I can't even explain what happened here. Coop just fumbled.
Wait, get credit, but I wonder if it's just more Cooper shifting the ball. Oh, there it is. There's the pop. Winger with the right hand. Pop.
That's inexcusable, man.
And then Lloyd jumps on it right there. Winger, the backup safety. Known for special teams play, but has always been an excellent tackler. The number 2 tackler in University of Wyoming history.
So 2 straight plays for Cleveland turnovers. The pick by Flacco, the fumble by Cooper.
Let's see if Press Taylor, the offensive coordinator, wants to take a shot in the end zone right here. It's a run formation, but you can't throw out of it.
Lawrence, and again, ETN, can he get to the outside? He can.
Good job, Newsom.
He veered, but Greg Newsom the second got over there in a hurry for Cleveland. 2-yard pickup.
That's where speed keeps a play from being bigger, doesn't it? Because as you noted, it looked like he had a chance to get to the corner. But Newsom with sub-4-4 speed playing out on the corner now. This is a usual spot in the nickel. With Denzel Ward out this game, able to close that gap and finish him off.
Ward out with that shoulder injury.
You'd be lucky to get out this stretch only giving up 3.
On second down, Lawrence hooks it.
Yeah, you just can't do that. You can't do that. You just let Jacksonville back into this game when you had them on the ropes. You just can't do that. That is 2 inexcusable turnovers by this offense. Just absolutely can't happen. There's no excuse for that.
McManus for the extra point. Evan Engram telling us that it was such a seamless transition last year in his chemistry with Trevor Lawrence, and as this year has evolved, he can feel it even more. The instincts from Lawrence are through the roof, the connection that they have, and he also said the demeanor from Lawrence this week gave off the vibe to his teammates in the locker room. Oh, he's going to play.
Yeah, wasn't it Wednesday? He said he got a look. He said he saw him on Wednesday, and he said, I just looked in his eyes. Oh, he's playing. Did you just tell?
And that permeates.
And it goes all the way through. It's what Evan reported earlier about Doug Peterson saying it set off like a fire in the locker room. Like, oh, okay, our guy's going to go again. And when your quarterback shows that kind of toughness, it does permeate through the locker rooms you're talking about. And Trevor Lawrence and Ingram said it started with becoming friends first before you even got to the football portion of it.
So Lawrence tosses the touchdown to cut the Cleveland lead in half. And now Jacksonville will kick it off, 6:14 to play.
That look, Anthony Walker, the linebacker, that's a Cleveland defense that's very prideful about people finding their end zone, especially here in Cleveland. You noted earlier, only giving up 10 points a game here at home.
But the 26th turnover, the most.
I'm sorry, Cuba Coop is a scrub, man. All right, stop it. That's reactionary bullshit.
Takes advantage. Pierre Strong Jr., the return man, and this one over his head. It is a touchback. Considered the league's most prestigious honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award recognizes NFL players who have exhibited excellence on the field and whose passion to impact lives extends beyond the game. This year's nominee for the Jaguars, DeJuan Smoot, For the Browns, Anthony Walker Jr. Smoot serves as an ambassador for the Jaguars' literacy locker room program. He's committed to fostering youth education. Walker is a Stay in the Game Network ambassador working to increase consistent attendance across schools in Ohio. NFL Man of the Year will be announced at NFL Honors Thursday, February.
Coop was doing the right by moving the ball to the opposite hand, had it coming with great timing.
Every year,
I don't know.
now they're down 20 blocks away.
And then we get a false start.
Flag on first down.
False start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. It's first down.
It is James Hudson III starting at that right tackle position. They've had 5 different offensive tackles start this season.
Hudson has started at left tackle and at right tackle. And, you know, this was late in the week when DeJuan Jones tweaked his knee again and became apparent he wasn't going to play. So he had to go ahead and hustle to get ready to play again in a very short amount of time.
The veteran Bill Callahan coaches up these guys. One of the best to ever do it. Shotgun. Flacco throws.
Got it.
Amari Cooper, did he get it cleanly is the question. The answer is yes.
Good catch.
First down.
Good catch. Nice long drive here. Score.
Just short of the first down.
Timing again. Ball's gone. And look at Cooper. And he knows where the sideline is.
Yeah, get that playoff. Get that playoff.
Did he get to
Yeah.
it? Yes. Did
Okay.
you see the first drag? I believe it's going to be yes. Right catch and drag.
Flag is down. Flacco. Short throw to the Jaguars. Gets to the edge.
It's a flag.
It's a first down. Penalty marker was thrown just as the ball was being snapped.
False start. All sides. You take the penalty here, right?
One on the sideline. That was a little inadvertent. No real contact over there.
3 penalties against Jacksonville, 2 against Cleveland in this first half. Kevin Stefanski has extended out to get an explanation.
Illegal formation by the offense. Number 64 was about the end of the line. Cover. The 5-yard penalty. It'll be second down.
So it's Christian. Illegal formation.
Oh, sorry. Wrong side. Here he is, right here. And he's lined up there and didn't have someone outside of him. So, oops. I think they really needed him to be the wing instead of the guy up on the line of
Need to
scrimmage.
win this time of possession battle.
So that negates the catch and run by Njoku. Clock is ticking, 5:35 to go in this first half. Browns in front, 13-7 on Jacksonville.
Still in fine enough spot.
Working from the gun, fit the hand up, Flacco throws. Tries the quick hitter to Cooper. He's quickly buried after the gain of 5 by
All right, 3rd and 2.
Buster Brown. 7th round draft pick last year from Arkansas.
And how about the intelligence and the demeanor of Flacco, understanding that, you know, how to manipulate an offense. He picked up a nice chunky yard.
Let's go ahead.
Too.
Let's go, Kareem.
Pick it up every single time on every throw you make. Get yourself in position so that your playbook's expanding. Catch the basket and call something to pick it up on 3rd and short.
Kareem Hunt checks in. Motion man is Harrison Bryant.
You got it. You got it.
He's got enough for the first down. Penalty marker thrown.
Are they going to call unnecessary roughness on Harrison Bryant?
Came from the backfield, would have been the umpire, Barry Anderson, I think, with that flag.
I think it's on 88.
So the clock is stopped with 4:40 to play in this second quarter.
Holding. Offense number 64.
Goodness, man. Get out of our own way.
And it's the veteran Jaron Christian once again.
Tough sequence. You see him right here working on a Lewickin.
On a
See
safety?
the hands on the outside, both of them outside the framework.
I don't know about that.
Takedown. If you keep those hands inside, they'll usually even let you grab a little cloth if both hands are inside. So as you get outside of that framework and you're wrapped around him, that's when the flags tend to come out.
So that's 2 first downs of this drive that have come back because of penalties, both on Christian. 3rd down and 12. Nickel package here for Jacksonville. So it's 4 minutes to go first half. Flacco Floats it up.
Oh,
Complete. Looking for Amari Cooper. Coverage from Darius Williams, the
got to get out of our own way.
a Super Bowl with LA.
Offense has to get out of their own way.
And I noticed one other thing. We've not seen Dorian Thompson Robinson out for a package since the first play. First time he did it. Ran one play, handoff on the sweep, and we've not seen that package since. Maybe Kevin Stefanski just trying to keep Joe Flacco in a rhythm, keeping him on the field.
So another Corey Bajorquez punt. Kicked one officially 70.
Oh, wow. Blocking the back.
Kick out to the 19-yard line. Caught by Washington. Washington split special teamers, but he's dragged down at the 44.
All right. This is the opposite of complimentary football we're playing right now.
27-yard.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Makes the tackle on special teams.
As we get ready for Cleveland to go back on defense, how's Myles Garrett been doing, especially with Ezra Cleveland, who's moved out to tackle with the loss of Walker Little? Well, you're not going to just leave Ezra Cleveland out there by himself. You're going to give him some help. A little chip there by Farrell. There he is one-on-one, and Shapley coming back to try and give him a little help as well. He doesn't have any sacks yet, but you can see the pressures have gone up this week after being down the previous two.
Give it to ETN. Written down on the play after a gain of 3 by Jordan Elliott. Down to Eckler.
Because it gets thinner now for the Jags offensively on that line. Ezra Cleveland dealing with a knee injury. He's listed as questionable. So they're now at their fourth option or version at that left tackle position.
Wow, I talk about Blake Hance, and he's usually a swing guard. He's been here in Cleveland before, but now he's got to go out there and play left tackle. And let's see what Cleveland tries to throw at him.
Yep, stints with Cleveland and San Francisco. They picked him up off of waivers
Nope.
last year.
All right, third down.
To Zay Jones. And he gets drilled on the sideline by Greg Newsome II.
Okay, 3rd and 3.
He's filling in for Denzel Ward, and Newsome has played well for them at the nickel, but not in his heart is it being an outside corner. And he's got a little extra bounce in his step and his stride as you watch him out there playing that spot.
Remember, Browns got the ball to start the half, so Jacksonville's going to get a double possession here if they end the half here with the ball.
Trying to get back from that shoulder injury. As you mentioned, they activated Cameron Mitchell off of IR. He had been out with a hamstring injury. 3rd and 3. Looking to convert. Lawrence out of the pocket. He will dart one for Jones.
Good play by Trevor Lawrence.
They needed 3. They pick up 5. And Lawrence, a little bit of a wince at the end of that play.
And watch, this is really a tremendous catch because this ball's coming out with some velocity from a short distance on the run from Trevor Lawrence. How about Zay Jones? Lawrence taking a hit from Taki. They pick up the first down, so he'll exchange that anytime.
Scrimmage is now the 44. We're down to 2:22 to play. First half. Operating out of the gun. Running play. ETN. Caesars through for the couple.
All right, 2nd and 7.
Koromoa with a tackle.
Good stop there by JOK.
Garrett looked like he was getting ready to create some real rubble there, and they were able to squeeze it just inside of him to get the 2 yards.
And we hit the 2-minute warning.
All right, 2-minute warning time. Browns get a bad punt coverage. This is what I mean by the up and down nature of the punt coverage. But bad punt coverage there gives them good field position on top of an already bad offensive possession before that. Right. There's playing complimentary football, and then there's not playing complimentary football. The first quarter and in the early parts of the second, you were playing complimentary football. The second part of that second quarter, no, not complimentary football at all. You're playing let's get the Jaguars back into the game football. So tale of 2 parts of the quarter so far. Let's see how they'll end it out. Can't have those possessions. Can't waste those possessions, right? Especially when the defense is giving you just gold after gold. You can't waste those possessions. But we'll see what happens here. Defense can still force a field goal or 3 and out. Well, not 3 and out. A punt here. You can get the ball back. You can score before half. We know that this Browns offense, no matter who's at quarterback, they do a good job scoring before half on those 2-minute drives.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Little Caesars, the official pizza sponsor of the NFL, Pizza, and by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the NFL.
I know how they feel.
Nice day for skating. Public Square coming up. Verizon halftime report. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, Coach Cower. Latest NFL scores and highlights all coming up on the Verizon halftime report. 2 minutes to play. Second quarter, 2nd and 8 here for the Jaguars.
False start.
Multiple flags.
Big play.
4.
False start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty, first down.
And it's Blake Hance playing out of position at that left tackle spot. Everybody saw it.
Yeah, you're right, because there were as many flags as there were fingers pointed.
Was it second down?
Here in the NFL, he's been on Jacksonville's practice squad, the Jets practice squad, undrafted free agent out of Northwestern.
You know what to do with that stack.
From Jacksonville, but Jacksonville, Illinois. Lawrence puts it up.
Oh, great catch. This is a good catch.
For the first down.
This is a great catch.
The safety, Brent Delpit.
How about Blake Hance coming back on this play? The catch.
Yeah, wow, it's a great catch.
How many times we talk about it? You see the back of a defender's helmet.
Great ball,
Go
great
over
catch.
the top and let your receiver make the play. Delpit can't see the football, doesn't know it's coming, trying to flail at it as it gets to the hands of Ingram. Thorpe just throw 23 yards.
They reviewing this?
Blake Hance after the penalty came back and handled Myles Garrett one-on-one to allow that play to happen.
Oh, because it's under 2 minutes.
So we're under 2 minutes here.
It's going to be a catch, right?
Look at the previous play, the catch made by Evan Ingram. There was a David Tyree moment for a second.
One.
Feet are down. Did he survive the ground?
Yeah, that's a catch.
I would say yes.
That's a catch.
There's a catch.
One shin.
Easy. Hold it.
Yeah, he's a catch.
Okay, we can move on.
Ball is spotted at the 24-yard line, and this one looks to be
frankly, this one's easy. Okay? Easy.
After further review, the runner did complete the catch, however, he was down inbounds. The clock normally would run. Jacksonville has elected to take a timeout.
No, so it cost him a timeout. Okay.
Clock will start.
Cool.
All right, so
that's why they were doing it. The catch was easy. It was a clock situation. Was he inbounds when he caught the ball? Nice explanation by Ron Torber to tell us what's going on.
That makes a lot more sense. So that forces Jacksonville into the decision which they took.
Come on, defense.
55 to go. First down at the 24 of Cleveland. Lawrence ties it up.
Oh, picked off again, Martin Emerson. I can't be just threw it right to him.
Number 2 on the day for Martin Emerson. And the Browns defense comes through again.
We talk about the timing of Joe Flacco throughout this game with his receivers. Here the timing's just off. And Calvin Ridley's not even seeing the football at this point. It feels like Trevor Lawrence is expecting him to be looking back at him as he makes the cut into the hole, but he's running a deeper route across the field, never sees it. You see, Lawrence is like, you got to look back here because that ball was coming right at him. So things were off on that play, so he and Ridley together got the same page.
You talk about getting bailed out, man. This offense has to now get some points.
And instead, the Browns take it away.
So that's 4 INTs on the season for Emerson.
He's having a heck of a day, isn't he? Second interception. And the coverage.
Beautiful catch. Beautiful catch. Oh my God. Woo.
Because the ball's so precious. Takeaways were big. Everyone trying to catch the football better.
Browns had minute 45 with it with Jerome Ford, that catch out of bounds. Short toss from Joe Flacco turned it into a 2-yard gain. It's a confident secondary, and because they've got such a terrific pass rush, they're comfortable in man-to-man, and Jim Schwartz has leaned on it.
Yeah, they actually, as you said, leaned on it. They lean into it. When you call zone, they're almost disappointed now. They want to cover man. They want to attack the football because of what you described.
Hey, look, cushion, top cushion. 1-1, you got it. Get rid of the ball, Joe. Just throw it out. Oh, got him. Big play. Big play. Good job, Joe. That was a great play by Joe Flacco.
Credibility
Wow.
comes with Joe Flacco, with his receivers, with his teammates, and with the defense.
And Joe Flacco's ability to hang in there and let the Njoku make the second move. Because the Njoku made the move on the scramble drill, and Flacco doesn't give up on it. Because he could have thrown the ball away and said, we live to fight another down. Instead, he gives the Njoku.
Keep going.
15 yards later, first down.
135. Flacco.
That's a good drop. That's a good drop. That was going nowhere.
Good drop.
Yeah. That was a good drop.
You know, it's interesting when we asked Joe Flacco about getting to know his teammates. He said, yeah, a couple times with the younger guys, I could see in their eye when I introduced myself. Like, oh, I watched you when I was a kid. Like, he's 38. He's introducing himself to 23, 24-year-olds. You just start doing the math.
I played you on Madden, man.
Yeah, a lot.
You were my quarterback.
Shotgun for Flacco. Flags down.
Come on, man.
Jumping Hudson at right tackle.
James Hudson, the third.
False start. Offense number 66.
We got it.
Second down.
He's the guilty party.
And is there any question that what we're seeing right here is the Jawan Taylor effect?
100%.
No question. Jawan Taylor with Kansas City, season opener against Detroit. So much attention about how
Lawrence's favorite receiver is Martin Emerson.
wasn't being called that night.
Thank you for that super chat, Ray.
The league. Guys, we got to take a better look at that. And so now the officials are hyper vigilant on it, and you don't get away with it much anymore.
DeJuan Jones out with a knee injury. It's a running play to Ford. Tackled at the 35 by Josh Allen. Clock is rolling down to a minute 20 to play in this first half.
Notice Jacksonville not taking the time out here.
I'm buying an MJ jersey right now.
There it is. Did they get a stop here and get one last shot right before the half?
All right, Joe, this is time for one of them deep balls.
The latest scores and highlights. It's all coming up on the Verizon halftime.
See if you could drive one.
Mike Caldwell, in his second year, running the defense as coach with Tampa Bay, the Jets, Arizona, Philadelphia. In fact, played for the Cleveland Browns.
3 seasons as a linebacker here.
And that was under Bill Belichick. And who was his position coach? I believe it was Nick Saban.
Yes. And if Nick was his defensive coordinator. But I
believe Kirk Ferentz was his position coach.
This was a real disappointment on Monday against Cincinnati. How they played on defense. But he doesn't come in fire and brimstone, stays consistent. Keep giving him confidence.
That time.
Flacco. One pump, 2 pumps. Underneath throw is pulled in by Joker, but well short of the first down. Tackle
too much pumping.
Sean Jenkins, another timeout taken. They have put time on the clock.
And final charge time out of the half.
Jaguars are out of timeouts.
Second time today that the snap gets there before Joe Flacco is really waiting for it. So timing's off right from the beginning. Nothing there.
Throw us downfield.
Push back into his face. Finally finds the Njoku, but for not much gain.
So Flacco is 15 of 23, 194 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Trevor Lawrence, 11 of 19, 100 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Did you notice the line on Joe Flacco's head from the helmet?
Yeah.
That's training camp line. Right? You work that out in training camp, then it kind of goes away because your head gets used to it.
Yeah, no training camp.
No training camp, just got here. Joe Flacco's still working his way through it.
Should he have been wearing his helmet around the house?
Well, if he, if he was Jalen Warren to Pittsburgh, he wouldn't.
Hawkins to Washington.
Good job by the long snapper. The long snapper made that tackle happen.
23-yard line.
Shout out to Hewlett.
51-yard kick, 11-yard return. 1:07 on the clock. So Lawrence, no real signs of any issues with his movement.
Njoku
Practice this
hitting the wrong home run drug. Found the right one this week.
his third year. Get the reps. He said, look, get the reps, but I get it. A lot of mental reps. Very comfortable with what we do and how we do it. We've repped it a lot in previous weeks.
And his team believes in it because they've seen him do it without all the reps. Remember Tennessee last year, New Orleans this year.
Pick that.
It's too high. Two defenders in the area dealing with Calvin Ridley. Incomplete.
Alasi.
The two undrafted free agents that made the play there. Khalib Halasi, number 25. Ronnie Hickman, number 33. Both of them.
Update here. The Colts have tied that game up with the Bengals. And Baltimore is down 3 points, 20-17 in a high-scoring game in LA. Well, in Baltimore against LA.
Kentucky transfer to Oregon. 2nd and 10. Minute 2 to go. Late stages, second quarter. Take the running play. Lawrence in the air. Chip ball opportunity.
Good coverage.
St. Jones can't come down with it. He was looking for a flag.
Third down.
Greg Newsom the second.
We got 3 timeouts left. They run it here. Call it.
Right there. But he plays through it. You know, I will say this. When you play as aggressively as Cleveland does in the secondary, you build up a reputation and a little bit of tolerance from the officials at the back. You know what I mean? When you do that consistently, they give you that little bit of extra and allow you to play through the ball.
Lawrence got tagged by.
Oh, tipped in the air. Almost picked off again.
On the outside by Newsom.
Browns defense is cooking today. They are cooking.
3 and out.
And a very quick 3 and out. Browns didn't even have to think about that. It was a very quiet and quick 3 and out. Browns didn't even have to call a timeout there. They still got 3 left with 54 seconds left to go here. So depending on the punt, you might have some time here to get a field goal.
For the Jaguars. Cook. High punt. O'Shea.
That's fine. Yeah, you take that.
25-yard
You take that.
2-yard punt. 47 seconds left. Some words being exchanged here between the Jaguars and Browns.
Well, it's a holiday season.
Now the home cooking for the defense. 10.2 points allowed. That's the best since the Steelers at home in 2011. Total yards, 175.7. The best since the Rams in 73. Steelers again pop up yards per play. And the 91 Saints third down defensive percentage.
Wow. The steel curtain and the dome patrol in the last 2.
Impressive from this group. And they've done it again today with a couple of picks. Flacco has 44 seconds on the clock.
Almost caught that.
By more.
That it was almost intercepted. I thought it was going to be intercepted because it's hung in the air just a little bit there. I think Moore does a great job getting a hand on this one because this one kind of floats on him over the middle. It's real high. Yeah, it's a high ball that he gets hands on. And Joe's got to give him a better ball than that because he's open to the natural progression of that route.
Plays through his hands and knocks it away. The second, MJ Emerson.
They're not showing much to respect the Browns. 3 incompletions with the Browns, 3 timeouts. Dog bite them. Along. Jesus, David. Oh, my God. Did you see that? By the way, thank you for the super chat, Jan. Did you see David Njoku hawk this man? Look at this shit. Oh, my God. That's just disrespectful.
as he pushes him away.
Oh my goodness.
Twisted his body to stay in bounds while he threw away the defender.
Have a day, David.
Where he was on the football field when he executed that move.
Big day, 6 catches, 91 yards, 2 touchdowns, 8 targets for Njoku. 30 seconds.
You got time.
Flacco somehow gets out of it, and then he throws the ball. Is rolling around at the 32.
They call it dead.
Jaguars jump on it. It's ruled incomplete.
Okay.
And with his arm, they want to throw it downfield, so these routes are taking a little bit longer to develop. The Jaguars have finished play off there. Josh Allen, look at him stay with it, then grabbing the ankle. Then he gets some help. Looks like Devin Lloyd. 93 in the middle there. That's Tyler Lacey helping out.
Game clock at 25 seconds.
Josh Allen staying with it. It's hanging out to the ankle, so Flacco can't skip out of there.
They're going to add 2 seconds to the clock, so 25 seconds to go.
Still got 3 timeouts.
Jacksonville will get the ball to start the second half. Flacco. Different moment, different catching curl by Moore.
Yeah, timeout. Timeout. Timeout.
That's short of a first down. Picked up 9.
Timeout.
So the Browns have 2 timeouts remaining, 19 seconds on the clock. Flacco has cracked 200 yards through the air in the first half.
Now they're hoping to get a play or two that can get them in the field goal range as they head into the half. As you pointed out, Jacksonville getting the ball to start things off. Cleveland would like to get something on the board to negate them getting the ball to start the second half.
We asked Flacco, what were you doing all these weeks? He said, I was working out daily, and then I would throw 2 to 3 times a week with my brother. Nothing crazy.
No receivers.
No, stationary target.
Going to a spot, as he said.
And he felt that he was in proper shape. This offseason, he was on the fence. I didn't know if he was going to play. Never got an offer. So that made the decision a little easier when you don't get a phone call. And then when this Cleveland offer popped up, he jumped on it.
I think we were here when he came in for his trial.
Correct. Worked him out on a Friday, signed him the following Monday. Low throw, David Bell. It's incomplete.
Ooh, this is a risky go for it here.
The makings of the song, didn't it?
Yeah, they're going to punt it.
Signed him on a Monday.
Dolly Parton will record that.
Yeah, you can't go for it because if you don't get it, you basically hand them 3 points.
And said, still enjoy the sense of accomplishment. I feel like I can still play. I wouldn't be here if I didn't feel that way. He also acknowledged, I know I don't have that many years left at this. I didn't want to have any regrets when I was 45 years old, looking back saying, man, I could have stayed out there for another year, another 2 years. Now, Jorquez with the punt. This one bounces at the 16 and then rolls and settles in at the 21. 5 seconds on the clock. Jaguars will have to take the field.
David touched it a little bit
34
too early.
And to put a cap on it, the added bonus is the human element. His kids.
Yeah.
His kids get to see Dad play.
Yeah, they're actually here.
They actually have come here for this ball game. I think he said when he talked to him last week after the Rams game, they had notes. They had notes for Dad after the game about what he should have done differently.
And he said it's just so cool to have them at the game. The kids are old enough to appreciate it.
Start 13-minute timer. No. Start 13-minute timer.
13 minutes.
All right. So the review of the first half is basically great defense. Offense has been inconsistent. You got 2 great drives from your offense. Is basically all you've gotten from the offense out of those, other than those 2 drives. And then you've gotten some horrible possessions. A horrible fumble by Amari Cooper, the bad interception by Joe Flacco, and a bunch of punts in between that. So you really just got to find a way to find some consistency. That's one of the things that's interesting with Joe Flacco in there. It seems like we're more like we'll score a touchdown more often, but we'll go and punt more often too. 2. It's weird. Defensively, no notes. Martin Emerson's playing great. Defense is playing great. You're winning that battle on the defensive line. You're getting that pressure, and it's creating good coverage on the back end. I said coming into this game, the defensive line pressure and just not having Mike Ford out there would make a bigger difference than Denzel Ward coming back. Denzel Ward isn't playing, but you still have Cam Mitchell out there. You're getting defensive line pressure. Secondary looks a lot better today, right? That's really the heart and soul of this team. Don't confuse it with anything else. It's really a defensive line. So that's what we have coming into this first half. Allowed me to get reset for the second half as I put on Red Zone. And we can catch up on the stuff around the AFC.
But certainly they're early. You gotta look around the way. Oh, he's like, yeah. What are you?
It's the 11th catch of the rookie's career, 4th round pick of Cincinnati. Picks up 11.
Yeah, and you know, Fields just doing a good job right now, getting the ball out of his hand. He sees the zone coverage. He knows there's a hole over there on that side of the football field. Just dump it off underneath. Let the receiver go make some plays.
He's talking about the report that she gave. Justin Fields has to get the ball out. That's been a problem, not just this year, but the last couple of years. And into the second play, it's a run for Herbert. That's a win for Jacobs. One for Derek Barnes. Don't get out of play. Second back in the second half action. We've got the Saints rolling on after the first down given to them. It's a deep shot. Just knocked away at the last second. Oh, Derek Carr and Alamin thought they had a home run shot. But good job. J.C. Horn comes away with the batted pass. Excellent job by the defense. And the Saints are going to be officially forced to punch them. 10 minutes left. Nice job by the Lions defense on that one. You've got Atlanta and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on 3rd and 10. Desmond Ridder, he overshoots his target. Scotty Miller tried to pull that one in, but Warren couldn't jump high enough to put his hands on that one.
They've done it several times so far. 3 targets on this drive alone.
They're just not reaching its 11th play on 3rd and goal. Jones got to Fields and put another quarterback hit on him. And the Bears aren't able to do anything in the red zone this time.
Well, they're double teaming number 2 down here on the bottom, DJ Jones, and wants to go there, and they surveying the field, just nothing open. Here he is right here. Look at that in and out coverage, that bracket right there with Anzalone.
Someone says Zach Wilson is cooking the Texans right now. What? Let me check these scores. Oh, it's only 7-0. Bengals back up on top, 21-14 on the Colts. Rams up 3 at halftime. Any of the scores? All NFL scores. That's what I want. Yeah, I want that expanded score. Let's pull this shit up, actually. Let's look at the scores. Let's pull it up. Put that shit up, dog. Had that pulled up real quick. Well, let's go compact so y'all can see more scores, and then I'll open it up.
Their own 37. 1-7 in the first half.
one of them on that first drive, so now trying to get a second, third down conversion. Looks like they're going man-to-man defensively. Now instead of third and manageable, it's going to be third and long. Well, this has been an offensive line, and that was. It's in the giddy up right now for the Jets. We'll get to whatever it's going to be when they finally run that snap. It's definitely 3rd and 10 for them. Gardner Minshew cannot squeeze one into Mike Pittman Jr. Bengals defense forces a punt. Jake Browning and company getting it back up a touchdown. Listen. Another nice reception by him. And grabs one again right there. That was a tough one with the coverage of Jimmy Ward.
A couple of nice catches on this drive from Jets tight ends. And they'll keep moving it down the field. 3rd and 6 live for Baker Mayfield. But an Atlanta defender is down.
Good physical catch by Conklin coming up with it and getting the conversion. So on the drive, they've gone 11 yards to the interrupted. 24 to Conklin, the 2 tight ends. Brees Hall, 1st and 10. And then Khalil Davis jumps out his back and is down inside the 44.
Pick up another 3rd down with 1 3rd and 8. Matt from Bryce Young.
The takeaways. But the way that he's a good ratio and the at that safety position, he's done a great job with the Saints defense. Third down. Steps up. To pick up the first down. Oh.
He paid for that. And watch the way the pressure is coming. I love the fact that they're running these stunts, but Bryce Young is very mobile inside the pocket. If I'm Dennis Allen, that's a nice tackle, Jordan Howden, but if I'm Bryce Young, frankly, if I'm Dennis Allen and looking at Bryce Young, I'm saying him running.
Got about 5 minutes until the Browns come back from halftime. Red zone's on the Saints Panthers game.
Out to the 27-yard line.
Right now, scores around the league 3-3. Let's go expand it. 3-3 here for your fantasy football freaks in the chat. We'll go over some scores here. Now, we'll also point out which games are going to be important for the Browns, too, in the last 5 minutes of halftime. So, right here. Panthers, that has no relevance on the Browns. Bears, Lions. It's notable that the Bears are keeping this game with the Lions. Justin Fields playing good again. He's coming to town next week, so don't expect that to just be some cakewalk. Texans, Jets. It would be big here if the Jets could win this game for the Browns, but also note the Jets are not a cakewalk. Colts, Bengals. I think it would be fine whoever wins this one. If the Colts win, then they go to 8-5. Which only matters if the Browns lose. If the Bengals win, they go to both teams are at 7-6, and then they're both not in the tiebreaker. And the Browns have both the tiebreakers over the Bengals and the Colts. So I guess it would be more beneficial for the Bengals to win than the Colts would. Jaguars, Browns, obviously you want the Browns to win that game. Rams, Ravens, it would be nice if the Rams can get that game to bring the division kind of within a game, but still an upward battle for the Cleveland Browns. It would include you winning out for the rest of the year. Buccaneers, Falcons has no effect on the Cleveland Browns. And in the 4:00 game, Raiders, Vikings. Do we want Cincy to beat the Colts? So if we win that game, we have more of a chance of making the playoffs. Yeah, I think it helps a little bit, but you have the tiebreakers over both those teams because you beat Cincinnati head to head, and you had that last game against Cincinnati, and you beat the Colts head to head. So as of right now, it's kind of a neutral factor, whoever wins that game. Seahawks, 49ers, Bills, Chiefs. Oh, wow. You want the Chiefs to win that one, right? Yeah, you want the Chiefs to win that one, get the Bills out of contention a little bit. Broncos, Chargers. You probably want the Chargers to win that game. And Eagles, Cowboys, no standing on us. Titans, Dolphins, no standing on us. Yep. Those are the scores around the league. That's what matters to the Cleveland Browns. Well, how much time we got left? We got about 2 minutes left before halftime is over. So we're gonna start to switch on over back to the Browns feed, if that's okay with everybody. Yeah, since he's down, since he looks like they're threatening to score. YouTube TV. YouTube TV. So it looks like Cincinnati's at least going to get a field goal if they don't turn this thing over. We'll jump back to the Browns feed and continue to watch, or to react and give instant analysis to the Cleveland Browns versus the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Use of our audience. Any of the use of this broadcast, or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of Benefit Productions is prohibited.
Get ready for second half action. The Browns in front 14-7. This season, Crown Royal is celebrating the hosts who make game day royal. You can join us to unlock your support at kickoff with crown.com. Iron Eagle, Charles Davis, Evan Washburn down on the sidelines in that first half. The Joe Flacco to David Njoku connection.
Right, we're close to back.
2 touchdowns, but the recurring theme was turnovers.
Certainly was, and coaches always talk about it's all about the ball, and the ball was all over the place in the first half. Miscommunication there. St. Jones down the middle. Trevor Lawrence goes outside. MJ Emerson with the pick. There's Darius Lynch for Jacksonville with an interception and a big one. Andrew Winger with a big fumble there. And Jacksonville got that one. And MJ Emerson for Cleveland, his second interception of the game. And to finish off that theme, 2 turnovers for each. The 7 points off turnovers, only going for Jacksonville, which has cut the lead in half. And third down has been difficult for both teams to find 3 of 16. So it'll be interesting to watch the second half on these tight ends are involved. Can a big play receiver get involved as well?
Joe Flacco making his second consecutive start for Cleveland at 7-5. Back-to-back losses to Denver and the Rams on the road, but they're back at home where they've been outstanding this season. Meanwhile, Jacksonville hasn't lost away from home. They're 6-0 on the road at neutral site, those 2 games in London. But they're trying to bounce back after the crushing loss to Cincinnati in overtime on Monday night. The Jaguars are 8-4, leading the AFC South.
Definitely being pressed now. That Indianapolis team is really getting off the deck, haven't they?
Jaguars have a 1-game lead over Indy and Houston. Dustin Hopkins will kick it off. Got 2 returners back there, Johnson and Jones.
Don't see much of that in the NFL now. That tells you a team really wants to return it. Because they're getting coverage of the field and want someone to get it and bring it back.
All right, let's play defense.
We go downstairs to Evan.
Well, I'm talking to Doug Peterson. He told me we have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot, pointing to the pre-snap penalties. Obviously, the turnovers drops. Wants to obviously get some rhythm going with this offensive possession. Look for them to lean on the run game a little bit more here in the early portions of this second half. As for Kevin Stefanski, a similar message, disappointing some of the technique that led to the turnovers in that first half. Whichever team plays a cleaner brand of football here in the second half will probably come away with the win. Injury update for Cleveland, guys. Center Ethan Posick, he's been ruled out with that single.
All right, Evan, 43 rushing yards in the first half for Jacksonville. Only 54 on the ground for Cleveland. They'll try it on the ground. ETN.
Good play to start the half. Good play.
On the first play of this.
Now, the thing of note with Harris being in at center and DeJuan Jones being out, James Hudson being in, that's all your eligible tackle players. So that might affect you on 3rd and short going forward.
Goes for 212 yards.
I don't know who's in at eligible tackle after that.
And no sacks.
He avoids sacks not so much with his legs and his feet, but with his mind and his arms and ready to football. And able to withstand some of the hits in the pocket as well.
Lawrence, step and throw.
Good coverage. Good coverage. Way to get there by Ronnie Hickman.
They have missed Christian Kirk, who is always.
The Browns tie the Bengals. The Bengals have the tiebreaker because the Bengals already have 4 division losses. The Browns can only get to 3. Well, the Browns have the tiebreaker because they beat the Bengals. Right? If they beat the Bengals 2 times, it doesn't really matter.
As Evan Washburn told me privately, Crimson chose wisely in terms of a professional career. And boy, what a terrific midfielder he was. The last pitch.
A jump.
Are they going to call that a false start?
Play is whistle dead. Flag down at the 17.
False start. Yep.
So Garrett just took what was there for him.
Yeah, why not, right? And this goes back to what Evan just told us at halftime, talking with Doug Peterson. We want to try and get the running game going.
Oh, 79. It's opposite side.
Maybe we just don't stay with it long. When you lose 5 yards in first and 10, that takes you out of staying with the running game very quickly. So it sounds good when you're talking about it during the week, but when the game starts and you're losing ground, you don't stay with it.
7 defensive backs for Cleveland.
Nothing. Oh, fumble! Fumble! And the Browns are on top of it. They have the ball at the 20 to start the half.
Second half turnover.
Was that Cam Mitchell? Who forced that?
Out of the pack with it.
Who forced that?
For Cleveland.
Show the replay.
They essentially threw into a spider's web because everyone was
Great job crashing, and it's Anthony Walker that forces the fumble and recovers it. Great job, A-Walk.
Mitchell 29 right there.
That's A-Walk.
Anthony Walker, number 5, the linebacker, who stood him up on the tackle and then watched the right hand.
Unbelievably big play by the Browns defense. Capitalize on it now.
Come up with the recovery.
3rd turnover of the day for Jacksonville. Cleveland takes over at the Jacksonville 22. Give us to Kareem Hunt. And he's brought down immediately by Lewis. No gain on the play.
So we're going to test this one as well for Cleveland because both of these teams want to be running teams and run the football more. And they all say, we want to run the football, we want to stay with it. But when you don't get much on...
Well, if you got back to your seat late, you're confused.
Let's see if they come back here because I'm pretty sure Joe Flacco's going to throw it on this down.
Second and 10.
Hey, tight bunch. Box. Watch outside.
2 touchdowns to the Joker.
He didn't get off clean.
There's one underneath.
Oh, way to stay on your feet, Tilly. All right. 3rd and short. Now, this is why I brought up earlier with Nick Harris and James Hudson being in the game at tackle and at center. Who's your short yardage go-to at fullback? Is it going to be David Njoku? Because he's critical on the line. I just don't know. Maybe Jordan Atkins?
Absorbs the hit, takes the spin, runs through another tackle, stays on his feet, and takes 3 Jaguars to get him off of him and knock him down to the ground.
Okay, so they're going 68 and 69 eligible. So they can move James Hudson. No. So they can put Harrison Bryant back there.
It's almost like a barge.
Is in there. 3rd and 1.
He got it.
Forward progress for Hunt.
He got it.
Right at it. Boy.
Whose spot?
You think he's got it?
I think
Nah, that's a bad spot.
the ball get there.
Now what do you do?
You go for it.
If I'm Cleveland, I'm going
Yeah, you got to go for this.
and who they are.
Go for this.
Being as strong as they are up front, I'm finding a way to go for it here. Look at all those bodies. Keller moves someone, but a nice fill there by
Yeah, he got there.
Devin Lloyd, 33.
So it's short.
And a lot of times they use Harrison Bryant, number 88, to go under center for this time.
We talked about this.
Not doing it there. Bryant's now the fullback.
Instead of going for the 10-point lead, they
Got it. There you go. There you go.
and he converts.
Big time.
Listed at 6'6", 230. Big quarterback. Secures it, and look how he gets low and plunges forward using the leg drive, and a really good push by the.
Hey, man, Joe Flacco playing football today, dog.
Harris 53, Teller 77 created the gap throw.
Off the fumble recovery. Cleveland trying to cash in with a first down at the 12. Take the run. Flacco. Underneath dart cut by Hunt, and he's touched there by Walker after a gain of.
Hey, this would be a good area at the field to go back to a DTR package just so you can have some diversity and run so that you can have them spread out a little bit and maybe get something up the middle.
Jacksonville.
This would not be a bad part of the field for that, especially when you have a first down to get. Yeah, I wouldn't do it on third down, though. Hey, outside. I think he got more.
It's out here, the Hunt stood up.
Good push.
Gets
All right, third and short.
to the 4. So the line of scrimmage is the 4. And it's third down.
The best target he's had all day has been the tight end David Njoku. In these situations, those big body receivers are the guys you typically look for.
They're going to go heavy here.
Off the field.
Number 68 and number 69.
So again,
With Hunt in the game.
offensive linemen, Watson and Dunn. Seems like a law firm.
Keep an eye on Bryant. Excuse me. That fullback.
Direct snap.
See if they run something with him here. Even though it's Wildcat.
And it's Kareem Hunt from the Wildcat.
Big run ring, touchdown. Wow, what a call there. We were wondering, what were they going to do in short yardage with all of their short yardage eligible tackles in the game currently? Well, we got to answer. Kev's drawing up some stuff today, man. This is a Kevin Stefanski clinic today. This has just been a beautifully called, designed game from Kevin. Just solutions out of solutions when solutions should not be there. Goodness gracious, this is a clinic right here.
People. And then extra effort gets him into the end zone.
7th rushing touchdown of the season for Kareem Hunt. Remember, he was not on this team when the season started. After the injury to Nick Chubb, they brought him back. Justin Hopkins tacks on the extra point. And it's 21-7. The fumble from the rookie, Parker Washington. The Browns recover it, and they turn it into 7 points to take a 21-7 lead. 9:39 to play in the third.
Great job. That's Bill Callahan. You got to give credit to, too. That's big time right there. That's big time. This is a big time game from this staff right here. This offensive staff putting one together, man. Joe Flacco obviously doing what they need to do. The team's executing, but this is a great plan that they're put together, and the execution's been great. You gotta give credit to Bill Callahan this week. Gotta give credit to Kevin so far because they've done a great job executing. Obviously, the defense lights out. That doesn't even surprise anybody anymore. But yeah, man, it's just been, this has been a pretty solid outing so far. Got to capitalize, got to win this game though. Absolutely no reason to not. Beautifully called, designed game from Kevin. Absolutely beautiful right now. This has been good. This has been good so far. Kimberly Martin has a Myles Garrett quote from earlier today she put up. Browns defense absolutely took Jim Schwartz's sack comments to heart. Let me put this on screen for everybody. He issued a challenge. We have to rise to the occasion and be back to being the defensive line we've been, and we need to act accordingly. To everybody who was telling me, Quincy, you're being too hard on this defensive line. No, I wasn't. Because Jim Schwartz thinks the same thing, right? And I'm confident if Jim Schwartz and I are saying the same thing, I'm right because Jim Schwartz is saying it. Defensive line, man, that's the heart of this team. When this defensive line plays well, we play well. When it doesn't, we don't.
Hopkins to kick it off.
We are a team that starts from the trenches on out. We are a defensive line, offensive line team. Everything else follows.
Saturday, college hoops triple header on CBS tips off. Second-ranked Kansas facing Indiana. Then the CBS Sports Classic includes a matchup between two legendary schools when number 9 North Carolina takes on 16th-ranked Kentucky. It all starts noon Eastern with Inside College Basketball that Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Tom Mom's dad had done yesterday for Hardwood, didn't he?
Talking about mine, Syracuse?
An hour.
Oh, yours as well. Tennessee gets a mention.
Yes, get a big win.
Let's get going downhill, defense.
Georgetown and what used to be a Big East battle.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Oh, we're rolling downhill. We're rolling downhill defensively now.
Bring them down. And this Jacksonville offense,
we're rolling.
Where they're going to generate big plays right now.
Yeah, I thought about that in the half because it was such a tight end.
Hey, man, the Saints and Panthers are playing a game in which both quarterbacks have under 50 passing yards.
With Christian Kirk being out, who's going to be that second? Is Calvin Ridley? One target, one catch, and then a missed route that led to an interception.
Sack. Damn, Maurice Hurst. There it is. There it is. Rolling downhill. Oh, you like the classic 2-bar? Gagan? It's a nice look. It's not going to exist anymore because it's aged out. Like once, I think Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco are the last two allowed to have them because you get grandfathered into whatever helmet you like.
First, with his signature celebration, loss of 8 on that play.
Third down at 20.
And look at him all the way back, just guarding the first down sticks.
Lawrence, step, throw it underneath. Catch me.
Nothing.
Johnson is
nothing. Nothing. Great stop. Great stop. Cue that red zone drive was old-fashioned AFC North, big power ball. Got to keep pounding them on defense, scoring on offense. Need a special teams play.
Still absorb the hits. And Darius Smith
just need to keep playing our game, man. Just need to keep playing our game.
But that play there was a great example of the defense dictating to the
offense. If anybody is mad about where this staff has this team with all the injuries, you're just a closet Steeler fan. Keep up the good content.
Just under 350 yards for
North.
31 so far. Crochet on the return.
Good return.
It's brought down by Madison. The long snapper, 50-yard punt, 8-yard run back. It's 21-7 Cleveland.
This is the biggest experiment that we've ever seen in college football. He's bringing Shador with him. He's bringing Travis Hunter with him. 2 of the biggest transfers in the country. It's a new day.
He symbolized.
All right, now. I'm going to get some ice for this. Get some ice for this green tea, baby. Well, actually, I think the hot's better for my throat, right? Like, so I don't lose my voice. I should probably stick with the hot tea. See how hot it is. I'm sorry y'all had to hear that slurp. Let me enjoy my tea in peace. All right. Yeah, yes. I'm taking it hot. I'm taking it hot. Hot tea. Team been playing good. I'm not about to change it up. Nah, we're going to stick with the hot tea. How are you guys feeling, Browns fan? You guys feeling all right? All right, let's keep playing on. Let's add on top of this. Really, you were in this same position last half and you kind of fumbled it away, right? With the 3 straight bad possessions that you had on offense. So you can't continue to do that. If you're the Browns offense, if you want to be a team that gets taken seriously in the playoffs, this is a drive, or within these next few drives, you need to score, right? Like, you want to get up about 3 scores on this team, because you should be up 3 scores on this team. The only touchdown they have today is because a series of events unfolded that just allowed them to score when they shouldn't have.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by USAA, serving the military community. Buffalo Wild Wings, Let's Go Sports Bar, and by LLB, be an outsider.
These two teams were in the AFC North together before realignment, and it was a series dominated by Jacksonville. That's when the Jaguars had it rolling, and the Browns came back into the league, picked it up again, 7-1 Jacksonville, and that's 8 wins when they were in the same division. Take the handoff, Flacco trying to dump it off, just get rid of it with the pressure from Trayvon Walker.
Is Oladokin okay? Run him up, and you feel him close this game out. Let's see.
That was a real physical division.
34 was
Try to get 5-6 yards here.
Walking gingerly, but appears to be okay. He is trying to do something.
The Bears are up on the Lions right now.
Quite some time. That's lead the NFL in tackle.
The Bengals are up 14 on the Colts.
Player to do it, Jesse Tuggle. Tackling machine.
Bengals up on Indy. Okay, Baltimore in a tight one. Malone, get rid of it. Get the ball. Get the ball.
Recover. It's a lot better on the recovery.
Every time.
Johnson blows up this play on the blitz.
The rookie out of Texas A&M, and this is what he was known for. Being able to drop down in the box and make a play.
That's a fumble.
The slot with A&M. The seam coming off the edge. Hudson occupied right there. No one to pick up Johnson. And from the blind side.
Did I just witness the birth of Superstitious Q? I've been superstitious. Should have put the ice in the cup.
And this one, Jeremiah Ledbetter beats Petonio.
Yeah, it's a fumble.
Before he comes forward. That's now the empty hand. And that ball is free. That is not a throw. That is a fumble toss.
Man, we gotta stop doing this shit, Joe.
Jacksonville's in business.
3 turnovers from each side. Lawrence to Everett Ingram. Catch and run for a first down. Got 10 yards on the play to the 15-yard line. You mentioned Johnson. They like him. He's a 5th-round draft pick, very physical, brings toughness.
Yeah, the thing he ran into was he got hurt early in the season, missed time, and now he's starting to make up for it. You also asked, who's going to be the guy? Here comes ETN, now at Wildcat.
ETN, looking to run.
Good stop.
Nowhere to go.
Good stop. I mean, you hold him to a field goal here, it's huge.
Shoot for Cleveland. It's a loss.
I can't explain to you how huge that would be.
Maurice Hurst Jr.
Very difficult to run plays that are slow developing and sweeps against Cleveland. Why? Because of how fast flowing they are. Look at all the brown shirts essentially feeding ETN to the corner where he was wanting to get to and try to turn it upfield. They never even allowed him to get there. All the Browns get there early and forced him to eat that one.
2nd and 12.
Watch Miles. Miles got him. Oh, just got rid of it.
And incomplete. Calvin Ridley.
All right, 3rd and 12.
In the area. Miles Garrett with the pressure. It's 3rd down.
What do we say about Garrett? You better get 4 hands on him, meaning 2 blockers.
Ooh.
Go to one-on-one with Blake Hands. He sees that as an insult. You're going to block me with one person? I'll end up at your quarterback.
.6:11 to play here in the third. Trying to dial up the right play on 3rd and 12. Lawrence launches, catch me inside the 5 by Ridley.
Damn.
1st and goal for the Jaguars. Ridley out of bounds.
Damn, you got pressure.
And Lawrence understands the pressure coming at, so the ball's down.
Yeah, he just got beat one-on-one there. I mean, the kind of game he's had, it's hard to be mad at him.
Secures the catch. And then the 1st and goal.
And now Ridley and Emerson have the same number of catches from Trevor Lawrence. First and goal for Jacksonville. And ETN runs into a crowd. No gain on the play.
There's Dalvin Tomlinson, 94 in there. See Shelby Harris, 93. But look who won the line of scrimmage. Cleveland doesn't allow that penetration. Because offensive linemen, they're always told, you score first on a goal line play, meaning you take your guy and put him back into the end zone, allow the back to come in behind you. Cleveland was not knocked back.
They are going Wildcats once again. ETN looking for a blocker, spin move, and he gets walloped.
They're going to say short.
At the goal line.
They're going to say short.
Jaguars thought they had the touchdown. The officials don't agree. It's going to be 3rd and goal inside the 1.
And he must have been down.
Quarterback in the game, that would have been called a follow play. Quarterback follow. You fake it to the guy, and then you follow it.
I think he scored.
Falls into the end zone. If you're Jacksonville, you got to take a good look at that, don't you? I mean, you probably take a real good look. And this injury is going to...
Ah, shit. Now Mike Ford's going to have to be out there.
Shaken up on the play. Mitchell just returning from a hamstring injury, and that allows Jacksonville time. Boy, that look that we just got from ETN. Jacksonville was very confident that he broke the play.
I think that's a touchdown. Because the legs I didn't see go down on the spin. See, he's still up. And as he's falling, he falls out the goal line with the ball. If you're Jacksonville, how are you not challenging?
Are they challenging that?
And the red flag has been thrown.
Okay.
Chiefs territory is joining us right now as well.
That's a touchdown.
Replay sequence yourself. What do you think?
I did, and the last angle that I got, I was looking at Etienne's right shin to see if it had been down, but then we got a great look like the one we got here that clearly showed the space between his shin and his...
One-score game. What's going on here, Jonathan?
At the ground, I think the elbow is first, as Charles said as well. I believe they overturned this one to a touchdown.
And now we're going to get the ruling.
They're going to call it a touchdown.
Challenge made by Jacksonville. The ball was short of the goal line.
RSV is out.
Happy holidays, Q. Wish we'd run the ball more.
RSV. Rexv is a vaccine used to prevent
Let me
low-risk
look up
flu
something.
disease from RSV in people 60 years and older.
Let me look up something right here.
Or response to the
I
vaccine.
don't know. Jacksonville's here's the problem with that thought, John. We're going into this game. We know that Jacksonville has the 30th pass offense. I mean, pass defense. They are the 30th pass defense in the NFL. That's what they're ranked. They have like the number 2 run defense. What would you do? Serious question. If a team has the 30th pass defense and you've had success through the air against them today, and the 3rd ranked run defense, where are you going with that? Where's the logical conclusion? I end my TED Talk.
State.
Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
If you did want to run the ball, though, I think you got to mix in DTR with that. Because I just don't think your running backs are run the ball threats by themselves. They don't really stress the defense.
Lawman Bats Reeves. New series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. Use promo code BATS to get 1 month free.
Legendary players are here to help Santa spread all the next year. Oh, oh, oh! The Double Reindeer game starts tomorrow on CBS.
The officials have determined this is a touchdown for ETN and the Jaguars. What a tremendous individual effort by ETN to remain upright and contort his body to break the play.
Tremendous body control. This will cut the lead to 7 if it goes through the post. And one of the big playmakers for Jacksonville gets it done.
Got to stop doing that. Got to stop turning it over.
Team Cleveland, 4:59 to play.
At some point.
On their way back. We know Evan Ingram's a playmaker for them. Calvin Ridley came alive on this drive and made a big catch. They gave them 1st and goal. And Travis Etienne is another player that they need to be able to make big plays for them down the stretch. The loss of Christian Kirk weighs big on this offense.
This is the first time since 2007 that both teams have a winning record entering Week 14. So 2 teams that have been fighting for stability and credibility in this league. Doug Peterson came over in 2022, and there's been a complete turnaround for this Jaguar squad.
And I go back to what you mentioned about them being in the same division and how it was played. Jacksonville was a big.
Got to sustain the drive here, man.
They went chest to chest with anyone, and that's what Doug Peterson's bringing back now with this team, where they play like an AFC North team in a lot of ways and don't back down from anyone physically.
It's the 19th all-time meeting. This is the first time the 2 teams have ever met when they're both over 500. It's hard to imagine. Touchback. Let's take a look at our next-gen stats powered by AWS.
And how about this? Joe Flacco in play action today. Look at those numbers. Big time. That's how he operates best. Allows him that little bit of extra time to get set up in the pocket, find his targets downfield. That also allows your targets to find that little bit of extra space downfield to create an extra running lane that David Njoku took full advantage of for his 2nd touchdown of the game.
A lot of time left. 4:59 to go in the 3rd. Flacco stands for 224 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. From the 25-yard line, Jerome Ford in the backfield. Give it to him. Ford gets bumped.
That's why they're not running the ball.
Initially, but they whistle him down after no gain on the play. Rayshawn Jenkins, first man there. Josh Allen as well for Jacksonville.
First down. Coaches talk about it all the time. Can we win?
That's why they're not running it.
Things going. And we still want to run the football. But if you don't get
It's nice to see the offense is back to their turnover in their own territory ways like they were earlier in the season. 14 points off turnovers, 17 to be huge. You knocked them out of field goal range.
He comes back to the run here.
Yep.
Second and long, the shift there from Ford. Flacco looking. Throw is
That's caught.
brought down at the 29.
Good first down here. Let's get a sustained drive here.
Held on to that. That might be the question of the play because Rayshawn Jenkins was a missile coming at him and delivered a heck of a pop. There's in the hands. Watch this. And he puts the shoulder right into the football, and Akins reaches out and clutches it again. That baseball background comes into play for Akins. Taking that one out of the air and keeping it.
Yeah, they're going to spot it. At the 28 on the bottom. So a game of 3 nickel package. Pressing the long Jacksonville. Now they back off a bit. 3rd down and 7. Flacco.
Got it. Come on. Good catch. Good catch, Elijah. Good catch.
That one covers 13 yards.
And how about Joe Flacco? Because he sees the pressure, but he realizes who was going to come at him and who was going to bail.
It's a bad throw, man.
Then he figured the edges, not up the middle.
It's a good catch by
So
Elijah.
he knew he had a little bit of extra time and could throw it to the void and finds Elijah Mitchell. They have that special connection from their days with the New York Jets.
Moore now in his third year in the NFL, acquired in a deal with the Jets. Flacco.
There we go. Don't fumble.
First down.
There we go. That's what you needed. That's what you needed.
Cisco. But the Browns are on the move. They're in Jacksonville territory thanks to the 11-yard hookup.
Thank you for picking me up on Elijah Moore. I believe I called him Elijah Boyd.
I think it was Mitchell, but hey, even who's scoring at home?
I am. And I'm not at home. Thanks for helping me out.
Down to 2:32 to go in this third quarter. Line of scrimmage is now the 49 of Jacksonville.
This is also a place, too, with that big arm. Do you want to try and create something for Elijah Moore downfield?
Flacco swings it.
Make a miss. There you go.
First contact.
There you go. It's big, big. Now we're rolling downhill offensively. There you go. There you go. There you go. 2nd and 4.
A gain of 6.
Now you got time here to take a shot if we want to.
And this was essentially
Or do a play action.
designed this way. They just ran Elijah Moore downfield, and he kind of hooked up at about 10 yards to try and draw people inside as they swung it outside to Jerome Ford, and he picks up good yardage.
Yeah, under 2 minutes to go now in the third. 21-14.
Hey, watch that safety. Is he robbing? If he's robbing, take it. Yeah, he's robbing.
Threatening on a 2nd and 4. It's a running play for Ford. Stops.
That's why they're not running the ball.
Allen leading the convoy for Jacksonville. It's going to be a loss of 2 on the ball.
Yeah, don't run into Jacksonville's strength. They are very good at stopping the run. Do not run into their strength. Let's go back to throwing it.
Him setting the edge. Watch him here. Won't get knocked off the line of scrimmage. Takes the Joku, holds him there. Good fill by Rayshon Jenkins and Devin Lloyd. And then allows Josh Allen to make that second move and get upfield and knock the ball carrier back.
So it turns it into a 3-5 for Cleveland. Neither team has fared well on 3rd down. Flacco hangs in there. Throws incomplete. He was looking for Cooper. Jaguars defense gets it done with the rookie Antonio.
All right, at least just to saying something.
On the play.
But he's starting to make up ground fast. Tough beginning because
Yeah, it just goes through Coop's hands.
now getting back into it. And with the injury to Trey Herndon, their normal nickel.
Coop not having a good one today, man.
Ian Gregory Jr. was supposed
Coop just not having a good one today.
to nickel position. Like Antonio
That just went through his hands.
work his way into extra time at that spot.
Herndon out with a concussion. Campbell down with a quad injury. The punt from Bajorquez. Parker Washington.
All right, good punt.
Brought in at the 6. 38-yard kick. Jaguars deep in their own territory, but they got the ball.
Our best offense has been our defense, so let's hope that continues. This would be a great time for Myles Garrett. This would be a great time for Myles Garrett to ring the dinner bell. AJ McCarron got into that game. All right, around the league. Let's go check around the league scores real quick. What do you think helps us win more? Another touchdown or no more turnovers? Obviously, both would be better. I mean, one comes with the other, right? If you get another touchdown, you want it because you ain't getting more turnovers. You gotta play a complete game. There's no one or the other that I want more. I want both. Let's see right here. Scores around the league. The Saints and Panthers are still playing this dreadful game. Bryce Young with 28 yards passing. Derek Carr with 38 yards. Is that true? Okay, 93 and 99 yards passing each. I mean, what a dreadful one. Bears up big on the Lions right now. In Soldier Field. They're a team that's coming to town next week. They've been playing some good football the last couple of weeks. Don't sleep on the Bears. The Jets versus the Texans. The Jets are up big on the Texans. The Texans have not been playing their best football the last couple of weeks. That's also something to note. Colts, Bengals. Bengals up big on the Colts right now. The Jaguars versus the Browns. The Browns obviously up. We're watching that game right now. Rams still up against the Baltimore Ravens here. As this game enters, is it in the fourth quarter yet? Yeah, it looks like they're in the fourth quarter. So that's an interesting result there to watch as well. So some interesting results happening around the league, but the Browns got to take care of business, win the game in front of them. And right now they're making the same mistakes that they made at the end of the second half.
State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A look at the Tank House at the Foundry Community Rowing and Sailing Center here in Cleveland. Foundry provides space for competitive teams and the public to train in rowing, strives to transform the lives of Cleveland's youth through access to roller sports. I believe Evan Washburn was part of the group. They'll have to go back and check the video. He's a big rower.
I gotta tell you, that had to be a team, right? People don't do that for fun, do they? That's work.
Evan does.
Oh, pressure up the middle.
Lawrence gets out of there.
And they get him. Is that a sack for Okoronkwo or a broken play?
Took one step backwards. Instead, he gets back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to go down as a sack for the Cleveland Browns defense.
And that totally felt like a discussion point on the break from Jim Schwartz to his defense. Guys, if they put the ball in the air on that play, let's go get him and create that safety.
There you go.
Goes to Okoronkwo, who is down on the play and now will head to the sideline.
So will Trevor Lawrence.
Now Lawrence shaking up himself potentially, although it looks like he's just going to have a chat with Doug Peterson. And now 20 seconds left. They could just roll the clock to end the quarter.
I twisted out of that one well. Used a 6'6", 220-pound frame to get away.
Yeah, Lawrence is okay.
He was just waiting for the quarter to end, and he got a jump on it going to talk to the coaches.
Knows that they didn't have to run a play, and we will go to the fourth. The Browns lead the Jaguars 14 back to Cleveland for fourth quarter action next on CBS.
After 51 years, Popeyes is crashing the wings party with 5 flavors. Makes no sense it took so long. Crispy outside, juicy inside. We don't make sense.
We had 13 games and only 2 against under 500 teams. Hey, man. It's AFC North football.
You can get more of what you want.
With our lowest price guarantee, this holiday, if you find a better price, we'll match it. Get more for your home and your family. You got this. We got you.
I think you should,
I didn't even remember I was wearing that. The new NCIS Sydney, Tuesday, 8/7 Central on CBS.
Hurry into your local Acura dealer for the seasonal performance.
Already a 10-time champ.
Perfect.
What did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Hurry in to lease a new 2023 all-electric ID4 for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
See what chat on right now. Yeah, I don't think Kevin needs to run the ball. Have you seen, like, I think Jerry brings out a good point. The last 3 times the Browns have tried to run the ball, it's resulted in negative yardage. They're a top 5 run defense. You don't run at them when your run offense is not especially great. You got to throw the ball. They have the 30th ranked pass defense in the NFL. That's where you've had all your success in this game. Like, literally name a big play. It happened through the air. So that's where you're going to have more success. You have more playmakers there. You got to get this stop here, though, defensively. 2nd and 10. No, well, Miles is out there. It's going to be a one-on-one look for him. Good tackle by JOK to force a 3rd down.
Necessary yards, but now it's going to be 3rd down and short as Owusu Koramoah makes the tackle. They pick up 9 on the play.
And on 3rd and 1, if they don't pick it up here, remember that tackle by Owusu Koramoah, because that looked like it was going to be a 1st down with Ingram, but he kept it from getting to the sticks, giving Cleveland another opportunity on 3rd down.
7 targets.
It's a trick play.
Catches 74 yards and a touchdown. They need a yard to keep the drive alive. 3rd and 1.
That's off. Pick it. That's it. That's it, baby.
Lawrence has been intercepted 3 times today.
What did I say before this game? What did I say before this game? You dictate what that quarterback looks like. The Browns dictate what the quarterbacks look like. If we don't get pressure with that front 4, then the backhand doesn't look great. And all of a sudden, we're talking about Matt Stafford and Russell Wilson cooking. But when this Browns defensive line gets pressure, they rush them. They make MVP candidates look like absolute regular guys. This is what this defense can do. This is why the defensive line is so important. This is why getting pressure is so important here. Huge interception by Greg Newsome. 2nd of his career, 2nd of the year.
Cleveland in the end.
Newsome's 2nd pick of the season. The 26th pick out of Northwestern, the 2021 draft. Early here in the 4th. Take over at the 48.
There you go. Good catch.
To Cooper.
There you go. All right, let's salt this game away.
Send it to New York.
Doubleheader action here on CBS. Most of you will see the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. A must-win for the Bills, who are on the outside looking in for a playoff spot. We take you back to IME.
IJB, a 9-yard gain through the air. Flacco to Cooper. Jacksonville just turned it over for the 4th time today.
Look at that line. Look at that stack of defensive line. Big people up front.
Bandit, to run 4.
Yeah, we got to stop running. We got to stop running. Absolutely can't.
The Jaguars were ready.
Got to stop running the football.
And Lloyd.
When you have that kind of a set, there should not be that kind of leakage against your offensive line. Look at all the people up front. You're supposed to be able to move people off the ball or find a crease. Instead, Jacksonville won every battle, man for man, across the front, and allowed them to get to the backfield and still to play for a loss. So now you end up having to go from 2nd and 1 to 3rd and 3, and I think the ball be in the air here.
And Ford banged up on the play. Ford has stepped in for Nick Chubb this season. Flacco, step and rifle, incomplete.
Can you kick a field goal from here? Is that a 55-yarder?
Intended target, and it's 4th down.
Did you see who was on the coverage there? That youngster out of Texas A&M, Antonio Johnson, is putting together a hit to the 2nd half.
And the Browns offense is remaining on the field.
All right, going for this.
The wrist of Jerome Ford.
The first thing you have to think of is hard count cadence. Let's see what they get out of that if they're not committed to running this play on 4th down.
Right now, they'd be looking at a 60-yard field goal. Hopkins' long is 58 in his career.
Offense, don't turn it over. Got it. Oh, it's a touchdown. They forgot about David Bell. What a call. What a bust. Browns score. Oh, my goodness. They just let it happen. The Jacksonville Jaguars just let it happen. What a call. What a bust. What a combination. What happened there? Jacksonville just completely sold out on the blitz there. And then the linebacker falls down and David Bell just has to run. Wow. What a bust there by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, no, this cup's still hot, baby.
For the touchdown. Joe Flacco has just gone over 300 yards through the air, 306 on the day, third touchdown pass. Hopkins splits the uprights, and it's 28-14. Cleveland. Flacco over the middle. Defender fell down on the play, and then David Bell does the rest.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Sign and drive a Hyundai Palisade with 0 down, 0 first month's payment, and 0 security deposit. Now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
KFC's new for $5 wraps are back. In classic, spicy slaw, and new mac and cheese. Now that's a perfect afternoon lunch or snack. Choose 2 for just $5. KFC wraps are back with new mac and cheese.
Wow. I cannot believe that just happened. They just busted right there. I mean, that is exactly what happened with the Browns last year. Wow. Wow. Like, ain't no way that was the plan. Like, ain't no way that's what they thought they were going to get out of there. Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way that was the plan. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. Kevin Stefanski clearly needs to give up play calling. Hey, man, this is why you throw the ball, though. Like, in all seriousness, when a team has demonstrated to all the people who want to run the ball, the reason I'm bringing up the Jacksonville's not a good pass defense is this stuff right here. When a team is not a good pass defense, it's because of reasons like this. They're not disciplined. You want to stress the less disciplined part of a team, because if you run at the Jaguars, they're going to look really good. They're going to get confident. They're going to start going downhill on you. But if you throw on them and you have success, all of a sudden shit start to break down. Yeah, the reason Kevin was lit because ain't no way he thought that was going to score.
And take a 28-14 lead over Jacksonville.
And it all started with the conviction of Kevin Stefanski that he had the play call that he liked on a 4th and 3 out near midfield and was committed to running it.
So Hopkins will kick it off. And Ernest Johnson and Tim Jones back team for Jacksonville now at a 14-point hole. Now let's take a look at the chalk talk, how this touchdown happened.
A lot of elements went into this, but cover 0, man coverage, blitzing, and watch what happens with Kareem Hunt, who steps up with a big block to running back number 27. There's a block there. Joe Flacco feeling the pressure from the backside.
Hey, man. Hey, God bless. God bless. All 5 of Joe Flacco's Joe Flacco's touchdowns have been insanely uncontested this year. Hey, man, he living right. God love him. God love him. Oh, my goodness. I ain't never seen nothing like this. They just have to trust David Bell on these 4th down play calls. He is pretty good on 4th down, though.
And he snaps a pass over to Zay Jones. He is out of bounds and a flag right at the end of the play. Mike Ford got over there. Play was over. And now Jones and Walker is having some words. Ron Torber will find out what the issue was along the sideline.
I don't even know what happened.
Maya Jacob talking that one over with Ron Torber.
Personal foul and necessary roughness. Defense number 28.
Come on, let's play complimentary and end this game.
So it is Mike Ford, the veteran corner.
Justin Fields is going to be a nice addition to the Kevin Stefanski backup academy, the Stefanski pantry.
They swept the leg. See that? Right? You know, as they roll over, they're getting up. He swept the leg and put him back down.
All right, Miles, you know what to do.
And he works. He went Cobra Kai. He went Cobra Kai without the Cobra move. So first down now at the 46-yard line of Jacksonville. They have 171 yards of offense.
Closer time. There we go. Defense, you know what time it is. Miles, it's time to close this.
Put the pressure on Trevor Lawrence. 3 picks today.
We know what time it is.
Third-year QB.
Toughness, not to be questioned, and come back to play today. The things are off a little bit. But in the past, when he hasn't had the full reps of the week, he's still come out and played well. This has not been the banner day for Trevor Lawrence. Some of that miscommunication with receivers, I think on at least one of them, someone was in the wrong place.
Springer's left knee against Indianapolis early this season and played 4 days later against New Orleans.
But really,
third down.
Dearness Johnson with the running play for 6. Tackle made by Owusu Koromoa.
You know, that night in New Orleans, he ran for 59 yards.
Yes.
And then led the game-winning touchdown drive. So he understands how to do it. But today,
Did CJ Stroud go down? That sucks.
where they're supposed to be, some of that has led to those interceptions.
All right, Miles. 101 here. There it is. Oh, just got rid of it fast. Let's go. I love your coverage. Keep up the good work, brother. Appreciate you, Brandon. Appreciate you. Appreciate the appreciation.
There on this one, because watch Myles Garrett. How do you not feel the presence of Garrett there, and he just steps up and makes the throw? That's when you know.
All right, Miles. You know what to do here.
Settling in as an NFL quarterback, that you don't feel everything thundering around you, especially when it comes to the package of number 95 for the Cleveland Browns.
Ezra Cleveland, who was starting at left tackle, went down with an injury, so Blake Hant has had to step in at that spot.
Good tackle. Good tackle, Grant.
At the 35-yard line, Grant Delpit throwing his weight around. It's a 4-yard pickup.
That's what you know. That's what Grant Delpit's known for. Talking with his pads. Nice clean hit and tackling the way that the league wants to see it done. What we need in football.
2nd and 6 here.
Knocking him down.
And another LSU DB having success at this level.
Yeah, they can say DBU and be accurate.
2nd and 6. Good fake. On time to Ridley. First down inside the 25.
It's good throw.
So much of this and more with Calvin Ridley. The explosive plays that he can create.
Man, his D was the one who showed up the last couple of weeks. We'd have 3 more wins. Yep. I mean, the defense is the team, right?
Division. Ridley stayed with it.
Ridley now has 53 receiving yards. He's had 7 games this season under 50. First down for Jacksonville. Well, released by Lawrence.
Good coverage by JOK.
St. Jones as it floats over his head. Incomplete.
They blitz so hard, I think maybe a couple guys might have run into each other.
Yeah, Delpit and Garrett. That's a whole lot of talent down.
Ooh, is Delpit okay?
Garrett's up on his feet. And Delpit is going to require some assistance.
Yeah, right into
Ooh,
each other.
ran into his knee.
They're fortunate on that one. He ends up running right into the legs of their all-pro candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett.
But it was the head of Delpit. Just got the contract extension. Delpit, who said, I always knew I was going to LSU. Tyrann Mathieu, Patrick Peterson, guys like that. He wanted to be like them. Also loved watching video of Ed Reed when he was growing up. His grandmother met Reed.
Yeah, I think he got
At
knocked.
the Bayou Classic. They got to take a picture together. She sent it to him, and she told him, "Hey, Ed Reed likes what you're doing.
How cool is that?
He knows you." We'll step aside.
All right, let's check some scores around the league again to get some updates on what's going on as we wait to hear a status on Grant Delpit. It looks like it's a head injury. Hopefully nothing more than that, and hopefully it's not too major as he ran his head straight into the knee of Miles, who seems to be made of vibranium. Bengals are up 30. Well, they beat the Colts 34-14. So watch out for the Bengals on this home stretch. Texans have lost or are losing to the Jets 30-6. It seems like there was an injury to CJ Stroud in that game. We'll find out more information as time goes on. The Panthers lost there. It doesn't really matter. And the Rams are down 1 point to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll see what happens. Mighty Mulatto says Ravens getting the business. Epic Trust. We'll see. We'll see. Take on.
Myles Garrett got up, walked over to the Cleveland sideline. Meanwhile, Grant Delpit needed help to get into the blue tent. So now DeAnthony Bell is in. They're already down Juan Thornhill today. 2nd and 10 for Jacksonville. Lawrence feeds the ball to
Good tackle. We got all kind of guys out there right now with all these injuries.
Trevor Lawrence, 21 of 37, 182 yards, a touchdown, 3 interceptions. We'll hit the 9-minute mark of the fourth quarter.
Ingram is his most dependable target, number 17 in the slot. He's moving across the formation. Well, Ridley is the guy that creates the big plays for you here at the bottom.
From the 19, Lawrence.
Hands up. Yeah, they just targeted Mike Ford. I don't blame them for that. I don't know why that's on screen right now. Yeah, they just targeted Mike Ford. I don't blame them for that. That's pretty smart.
Today.
How about the body control? And
Yeah, it's a catch.
to see this and watch the body.
JOK has been looking like our best player besides Miles a couple weeks. Great to see him silence everyone who was willing to give up on him last year. Yeah, he's been good.
For a moment.
Za'Darius, man, you just got to rush him, dog.
You know what happens a lot is the guard tends to tap the center to tell him that it's good to go for snapping it. And I think he was in the process of doing that, and they were acting like he was throwing people offside, so they weren't ready to go. And Washington made it happen. You see Okoronkwo saying the exact same was what he needed to say there, but I think he might have been tapping him going.
And Charles are going to go for 2 here.
Trying to cut it to a 6-point lead. But you're right there with a touchdown and an extra point.
They're going to target Mike Ford.
What's down the shoot? Trevor Lawrence upset.
Now you got now I go ahead and kick it. Because you know you're thinking at 7 if you make
Look, we're in a new world, and we get it, where analytics come into play. Traditionally, you think, hey, you got a touchdown, you can cut it to 7. That's how you normally would play it. But a lot of teams now look at the numbers and say, hey, on the road, your chances of winning are slimmer. If you have a chance to cut it to 6 and then score a touchdown to win later, that's the mentality.
In addition, the difficulty of getting the 2 points. It seems like it's not as difficult. The numbers favor the extra point bigger than getting the 2. And if you're trying to get that, then having to go for 2 later on in the ball game.
Extra point, McManus. And it's a 7-point game. It's 28-21. This is the traditional way that we've seen football games transpire over the years, but obviously a lot has changed based on the numbers and based on the analytics.
Yeah, I guess they missed the false start.
Numbers and analytics, but something you said in there really is old school, which is on the road you're more aggressive about it because your odds of winning the game, being more aggressive going for it. We didn't call it analytics back then. We called it being on the road. You go and try and get it done now.
Parker Washington looks like he took a shot to the nose. Athletic training staff working with him.
Hey, for a touchdown, he'll take 2 shots to the nose.
So that's the second of the day for Lawrence. We've got a 7-point game with 8:52 on the clock. McManus to kick it off. Pierre Strong Jr., the return man for Cleveland. The Browns, the first team in 35 years with a winning record after 12 games, starting 4 different quarterbacks. The last team to do it, Cleveland, 1988. From the goal line, strike.
Stay feet. Good return.
Block down to 29. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by.
All right, score here.
Time permitting, join JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, Coach Cower, all the latest NFL scores and highlights.
You mentioned that 1988 team. What the, did they use 5 quarterbacks in that group? Was it 4 or 5?
Well, they used 4 through 12 games. They might have had a 5th by the end of that season. And Rayshon Jenkins is the injured Jaguar. He was pointing to his right knee.
That's a starting safety for them, who gives them really good play and aggressiveness.
Send it down to Evan.
And guys, this is becoming a war of attrition because as Jenkins is down, Andre Cisco is questionable to return for the Jaguars in that secondary. They're already down their 2 top corners and now possibly their safeties as Jenkins makes his way to the sideline. Great Delpit, guys. Dejected look on his face as he made his way to the Browns locker room on the cart, still waiting the official designation on that injury.
Yeah, it was a collision. Delpit with his head, knocking into the leg of Myles Garrett.
To follow up, now you've got
Isaac Arndt. I'm glad we extended Delpit today. Hope he has a good luck with Flacco and these guys this week. Go Browns.
interception. But Daniel Thomas is almost scripted. The special teams guy, number 20, is on the back end of this defense now, filling in.
8:46 to play, 4th quarter. Browns up by 7. Take the running play. Flacco will throw it.
There we go. Oh.
Incomplete. Elijah Moore looked like he had it and could not secure it on the roll.
How about the scouting right there by Cleveland? They knew who was in the ball game and who was out. And they went right in the area where Daniel Thomas would be, who rarely plays defense for this Jaguars team. And after that first play, Rayshon Jenkins, number 2, sprints right back in the game and gets Thomas out.
Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, Evan Washburn, Gene Steratore, the rest of our NFL on CBS crew. This has been a turnover palooza in Cleveland. 4 turnovers by the Jaguars, 3 for the Browns. Joe Flacco has thrown for 306 yards and 3 touchdowns. The give to Kareem Hunt.
Push him. Push him.
Look at them continuing to push.
They officially knock him down short of the first down, but he gets 8.5 yards on the play.
They talk about connectivity in Cleveland and being able to stay connected as a group and help each other out. You remember that game in Baltimore a few weeks ago? they had a play like that similar down the stretch, and they helped their ball carry an additional 12 yards.
DTR's in the game.
Look who's in the game, at quarterback.
So they're going to go to Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who cleared concussion protocol in a 3rd and 1. Touchdown.
Good run.
Mixing it in just a bit, Kevin Stefanski trying to keep the Jaguars off guard. That turns into a 5-yard gain, keeps the clock moving. 7.
That's why you want to mix them in there.
And who's he following?
Good run. Good run, DT.
Running back Kareem Hunt. Antonio 75, Hunt 27. Just reverses out.
Shades of the Chargers game home when they missed the false start, San Diego score. We were there when that happened.
Gets the Browns a 1st down. Jaguars came into this game 6-0 on the road in neutral site games as well.
North. There we go.
Catch and run.
I think that's a running play to go down in the stats. Looked like he ended up lateraling it out there to Ford. In any event, it worked well for Cleveland.
And Rashawn Jenkins is back in there, injured on the special teams play. Uh-oh. No! That's major spillage.
Oh, and think of the person who did all that filling those cups and setting them up so nicely.
It's done. And Jenkins, the
Got another injury.
once again. So he just came back for Jacksonville. Wingard and Daniel Thomas had stepped in with Cisco a question mark as well. There have been injuries on both sides.
Yeah, he ran right back in after.
So they announced it's a groin injury for Grant Delpit. Return questionable. It's interesting. So not a concussion protocol thing. Seems like a groin injury.
As much as he got.
Took a little kick at the end as well as Ford was working his way out of bounds.
So Thomas will have to come back in for at least one play if Jenkins is able to make it back as he did before.
So they're walking Jenkins to the Jacksonville sideline, 2nd down and 6 with 6:48 to play in the 4th.
Last time Thomas was in, Kevin Stefanski dialed something up to attack Thomas's area. If they do want to throw the ball, be eager to see if they want to go back in that same spot. Thomas terrific on special teams. Very, very few snaps on defense.
Near midfield, Flacco sets and throws, catch made by Ford. Now short of the 1st down. On Tarrant Busta Brown makes the play along the sideline. 5-yard pickup through the air. So it's 3rd and 1 now for Cleveland.
Coming in with your heavy package. Next one.
Jordan is eligible. 68 and 69 eligible. 68, 69.
Nice.
Browns 7-5, Jaguars 8-4. Both teams very much in the playoff hunt. Joe Flacco making his 2nd consecutive start. Flacco.
Oh, he didn't get it.
A keeper, and this time he didn't get it. And a flag
False start.
at the 49. On a 3rd and 1 call.
We're going to get procedure again.
No start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
It's Hudson.
Did he hard count his own guy?
There he is.
Nah, he just jumped early.
12 seconds, please. 6-12.
They got him for getting out there quickly to set up pass protection, and this time firing off on a running play.
Jenkins has returned on defense for Jacksonville.
Remember, if you're Jacksonville on defense and Mike Caldwell, you have to think to yourself, the Browns, as aggressive as they are, if you stop them once, you might have to stop them twice if it's 4th and short.
3rd and 6. Flacco
Oh.
to an open receiver.
Oh, just a bad throw. Just a bad throw there.
6:08 mark of the 4th, up by 7.
How big is it now with that jump by Hudson? Because they did not pick up the 1st down with Flacco.
It's there.
Short. It would have been decision time and a possibility of going for it now. After the incomplete pass on 3rd and 6, they're going to have to punt this one away.
Well, Horquez has had a great day. 53.1 average, a long of 75. He's put 3 punts inside the 20. The rookie Parker Washington waiting for it at the 10 and movement.
So we're back at 4th and 1.
Now what do you do? Now it's 4th and 1 and possible to go back and play.
All right. Wow, that's big. Wow.
This makes no sense. 4th down, when you're going to get the football, you don't even have a block.
And you notice the Browns didn't make the Cardinals sin. They didn't celebrate the false start.
Zero sense whatsoever.
There it is.
This situation, the football back. Period.
So they're going to go with this big package once again. They send in 2 extra offensive linemen, Michael Dunn and LaVoy Watson.
And a tight end at fullback at Harrison Bryant.
4th and 1.
Got it.
He's got the first down. The block from Bryant. New 7 downs to work with for Cleveland. 3-yard pickup.
A lot of people like to wedge up front, but look at Cleveland. When you're short yards, a lot of times it's just wedging and moving people.
Good stuff.
Cleveland loves to pull guys.
Good conversion. This is a good, nice, long drive for the Browns.
Wyatt Teller pulling from the right guard. 3 of 3 now on 4th downs today. The Cleveland Browns staying aggressive and having to pay off.
And they get to use more clock. 5.5 to play in the 4th. From the 45. Flacco, nobody home. Cooper matched up.
No flag.
Buster Brown.
We will almost.
NFL Today.
Well, we almost didn't have a clinch butt cheeks game. Yeah.
Nate Boomer, Coach Coward, latest NFL scores and highlights, all coming up. 28-21. Cleveland leads Jacksonville. 5:23 on the clock here in the 4th. There have been 53 different starting quarterbacks in the NFL this season. 53. Joe Flacco has got his team in front by 7. On a give for 4. Got the jump cut. And he's tackled after the gain of 3.5. Angelo Blackson with the stop. We're going to go under the 5-minute mark. It's a 3rd and 7 now for the Browns.
Those have been quiet lately for Cleveland. David Njoku. Haven't called his name much in the second half. 3rd and 7.
All right, 3rd and 7 here.
Make sure you know who he is.
It's a big 3rd and 7 here. If you get it, you can kick a field goal.
6 catches, 91 yards overall. This is a 3rd and 7 for the Browns.
Got what you want. Stand there.
Gets out of there. Flipper on the move. Sideline and bounces off Cooper. Incomplete.
Boy, would you have loved to be mobile in that area.
And the Browns face 4th down.
They kept Njoku in to help pass protect. And Rayshawn Jenkins
And almost threw an
makes a
interception.
play on the football and knocks it away. Cooper trying to get it in the first down. Look at Flacco protecting the football and enough movement to get out and give him a chance. But a good defensive play by Jenkins.
Walker put the heat on Flacco. And now Bojorquez.
Good punt here. Come on. Come on, Bojo. Good punt here.
Washington deep gets out of the way. The ball a yard inside the end zone and then rolls.
Not a great punt.
For the touchback, 42-yard punt, but a net of 22. And the Jaguars will have it at the 20. Coming up.
All right, got to play defense to close this one out. Killed a lot of time on the clock there, though. That's good.
The AFC South, Cleveland at 7-5, so they are in the wild card mix. But you look at all those teams in the hunt. Indianapolis 7-6, Houston 7-6, Denver and Buffalo both 500. Jaguars on first down at their own 20-yard line. Trevor Lawrence, major question mark this week whether he would play. And he sends one over.
All right, come on. Let's continue to get pressure.
Gain of 11 and a first down downstairs to Evan Washburn.
Just a reminder, Brant Delpit remains in the locker room. It's a groin injury. He's listed as questionable. fellow starter Juan Thornhill also out for this game with a calf injury. So you got 2 backup safeties here in this team drive.
And Evan, both backup safeties, undrafted free agents. Ronnie Harrison, 33. Anthony Bell, 37.
So Hickman is a rookie.
Is that Cam Mitchell back out there? It's big.
And the primary guy, Ingram, in motion.
Lawrence, big hit from behind. Ingram absorbs it. The Browns felt it was incomplete.
Incomplete. They're waving it off.
Being spotted at the 35.
No, they're saying hit the ground. Yep. Second down. Good job.
I think they were just telling Blake Hance, might want to be careful how quickly you got out of there on your pass pro. So I'm having a few words with the officials at the end of it. There's the hit. Mitchell's just coming back up the injury list, and he knocks it free, creating the incompletion.
Trevor Lawrence has been an impressive clutch before. His team is down by 7, 4:17 to go. 2nd and 10 for the 31. Lawrence.
Good job. Third down. Way to use the sideline. Way to use the sideline as an extra defender.
That was all on his own, too, coming out of the cut. Just lost his footing and his gyroscope.
Ravens look like they're going to, well, they're up 3.
3rd and 10. Trevor Lawrence off that injury Monday night against Cincinnati.
Damn, no hold?
It's 4th.
Miles Garrett got the shit held out of
Out of
him.
the way here. I realize there's 4 minutes left on the clock and you're on your own side, but I don't know how many more chances we're going to get.
They're going for it.
Bad ankle and all, running with purpose to try and get there.
4th down and 3. Jacksonville has all 3 timeouts remaining. They are going for it here. 3:35 of the clock. And they'll use one of those timeouts.
They got to be trying to make us jump here, right? This doesn't make a ton of sense to go for this.
The timeout, I think you're committed to going for the play now. Because without the time, if you keep all 3, maybe you change up and punt it and use your defense. But now that you've used the timeout,
Yeah, you kind of got to go, right?
going for it here on 4th down.
Yeah, Doug Peterson, an aggressive mindset. Saw it in Philadelphia. We've seen it in Jacksonville. This week, the message he kept telling his team, hey, just beat us. We're still in first place in the division. We're still in excellent position. That loss took a lot out of it. 34-31 in overtime to Cincinnati against the backup quarterback, Jake Brown.
Did you get the sense when he was talking to us that he was trying to tell his team, believe in yourself? Yes, you are. Get used to being out here and being the hunted, not chasing people down.
4th down and 3. Motion man is Ingram. Lawrence. Step.
No good. No good. No flag. And Cam Mitchell makes a huge play that puts the Browns in the driver's seat to win this game.
I know people want to question what's going on this, but I supported Doug Peterson in going for it just because of where the time clock was and how many other chances are you going to get against this tough Browns defense. I know field position was tough. You had 3 timeouts. But at the same time, you don't want to give it up on that. You want to be able to go with your offense having an opportunity. And the coverage was excellent downfield. Cam Mitchell, Ronnie Harrison, knocking it away.
The Jaguars felt that Hickman got there early.
I think the way this game has been officiated, with all the bumping and grinding downfield, that seemed to be a play very consistent with what we've seen throughout this afternoon.
So the Browns take over at the Jacksonville 37. Give it
Two.
punt. He is behind the line of scrimmage. Lewicott.
As I thought.
We're going slow motion. Tell yourself, is that a bang bang play? If you see it at regular speed, Slow motion, I can see it. I get what they're saying. I think when you're officiating that at full speed, that's a bang bang shot, and that's the way this has been throughout this entire ball game. I think that's different from what we've seen.
So 2 rookies in on that play. Ronnie Hickman and Cameron Mitchell.
Mitchell just got reactivated off the IR. It's his first game back.
Jacksonville is down to 1 timeout remaining, 3:25 on the game clock. Cleveland with the football, just short of the 39-yard line. Ford, single setback. Pitch it. Ford makes
Good cut.
Makes one man miss and knifes his way for a few. Tackle made by Wingard. And the final timeout called by the Jaguars, 3:19 to play.
30 seconds.
So Cleveland will face a 3rd and long. Right now, you'd be looking at a 55-yard field goal. Dustin Hopkins has a long of 58 this season. He's had an excellent year.
So you run something inside just to help him out a little bit. He is 7 for 7, 50 plus.
Hey, here's what I would do. Run stick and throw it to David and Njoku. Yeah, I'm running the stick to David and Njoku.
The throw, Flacco, incomplete. Elijah Moore, the intended receiver, blanketed by Darius Williams.
Tell me if this one looks appreciably different than the 4th down play.
Nah, it's way earlier, but
It doesn't. He's right on his back, making a play on the football. That's the way it's been officiated all day.
And it does stop the clock. So Jacksonville defense does its job. And now the Browns are
this is a big one.
2-score game. 55-yard attempt for Dustin Hopkins.
It's a huge field goal if he makes it. Nah, he got it. Wow, he got it. Wow. Wow. That was massive. Massive, massive, massive. Wow.
So the Jaguars get stopped on 4th down. The Browns take over.
Remember, Stefanski does not watch it live. You see what he was watching? The big screen. See if it went through.
Flacco saw it. Allowed himself to smile of a breath for relief.
How about the move prior to the season? When they sent the kid, Cade York, kicker, who they thought had a lot of promise, bringing in Hopkins to get the season started. And he's been the leading field goal kicker in the league, and now 8 for 8 from 50-plus yards of the season. Andrew Berry, the GM, making that move in preseason.
Browns 31, Jaguars 21, with 3:10 on the clock.
Oh, shit. Looks like the Rams are going to tie that game up. While the refs are missing blatant holds, Miles, they're letting Lawrence hit after throws, and I've seen them throw flags for late hits.
They got the 55-yard field goal.
Refs really haven't been a factor to me. Like, they're just not going to call holds, man. Like, that's just league-wide. They're just not calling a ton of holds. Happens every play.
Trying to move the ball against Cleveland all game long. The idea of giving it up with 4 minutes or so or less to go. Will you get another chance? And again, that's actually on brand for Doug Peterson in terms of being aggressive anyway. It's the mark of who he is.
So now Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars take over. This is the 33rd possession of the day. 17 for Jacksonville, 16 for Cleveland. Lawrence has been picked off 3 times this afternoon. Just over 3 minutes to play. Lawrence steps up. He's going to run. There's some cushion there. Lawrence trying to get to the outside. Absorbs the contact. from Martin Emerson ducking out of bounds.
And they could have made a case there that the clock should have still kept going. Because as he stepped on the sideline, was he actually moving forward? I know that's what Cleveland was suggesting over there, but they gave it to him on that.
So 3 minutes to play. 5-yard gain for Lawrence. His team down by 10. Operating from the gun. Lawrence fires it over the middle. Caught by ETN. He's trying to get to the outside. And goes. Slips away. ETN tripped up as he comes to the 45-yard line. It's a
They have no timeouts.
We'll get credit for the tackle.
And Zadarius Smith is down. Not within 2 minutes, so it's not going to cost a timeout.
Smith on his back with 2:45 to go.
Don't put Okoronkwo on the game.
Another collision. This one, Myles Garrett, the second one. First one, Grant Delpit went off, and we haven't seen him since. This time, Zadarius Smith runs into Myles Garrett. He bears the brunt of it.
And that stops the clock with 2:45 to play.
And he's not hurt. The clock's not stopped because he's tackled in bounds.
We'll step aside, come back for the final 2:45 after this.
CBS tonight. Are you all ready to celebrate music that changed the whole world forever?
CBS presents a Grammy salute to 50 years of hip-hop with performances by over 50 legendary artists, including Akon, Black Sheep, Chance the Rapper, Common, Doug E. Fresh, Nelly, Public Enemy, Queen Latifah, Questlove, plus a Grammy salute to 50 years of hip-hop tonight on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Of the Saturday Showdown with the Step Triple Header on NFL Network. It all kicks off with Vikings Bengals. Then it's Steelers Colts. And Broncos Lions in prime time. Back to back to back. The Saturday Showdown Triple Header. Saturday starting at 1 only on NFL Network and streaming on NFL Plus.
Smith got up on his own, walked off to the Cleveland sideline. Jacksonville has possession, 2:45 to play in this fourth quarter, 31-21 Browns. The line of scrimmage is down to 38 of the Jaguars. To start the clock. Lawrence from the gun. Lawrence, a step and throw to ETN.
Down in bounds.
Down at the 40-yard line. Didn't get out of bounds. Greg Newsome makes the play. It's a 12-yard pickup.
They're going to let him get yardage here. They're just trying to get the clock to go down up 2 scores. Uh-oh, Miles is there. Oh, he just got it out. That's going to take it to the 2.
Short of the 30-yard line.
Oh, he just got it out.
The pressure on Lawrence. We hit the 2-minute warning here in Cleveland. 2-minute warning. Browns trying to hold on at home, get the win for Jacksonville.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take one daily Jardians.
Oh, Bronny James checked in.
Sudden worsening of kidney function, and general yeast for urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur.
Wow. Second injury from 2 guys running into each other. Not 2 guys running into each other. No, that's not how you describe that, CCG. That's the second injury from somebody touching Myles Garrett. like two dudes on our team touched Myles Garrett, got hurt. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's close this one out.
Can I get with that one?
The park is never more than a pour away. Yellowstone, bourbon for all.
Grammy salute to 50 years of hip hop tonight on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Amazon. Shop last minute deals at Amazon. And by Jaguars.
Browns 31, Jaguars 21. 2 minutes to play here in Cleveland. Rough day for Jacksonville on the offensive end. 4 turnovers. Trevor Lawrence, tough guy, bouncing back from a mid-April sprain. Described by Doug Peterson, suffered that injury in the Monday night loss to Cincinnati. Question mark all week whether he play. Lawrence laces it downfield.
Oh.
Picked off by Bell. 1:55 on the clock. Zay Jones, the intended target. NFL Today update. Let's send it to New York.
Got a must win for Buffalo. The Buffalo D strikes. It sure does. Patrick Mahomes back to pass. AJ Epinesa gets the tip of the football, then intercepts it, and they got the ball at the Kansas City 40-yard line and driving back to Ian. Charles and Evans. Good start for Buffalo.
And this playoff race in the AFC is wide.
All right, 3rd and 1 here. Yeah, you know, you got 2 more.
From the 31. Lawrence gets the quick hitter. Edwards got the first down. He gets out of bounds.
All right, the number you want to look for on the clock. Jacksonville does not have any timeouts, so 120. Once this clock gets to 120, as long as you recover what would be an onside kick if they score, you win the game. 1 minute, 20 seconds. That's the goal of the team right now, is to get that clock down under 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Continue. Took those passing lanes deep, make a throw it short.
Look, you do the math. You're going to need 10 points. So a touchdown and a field goal. Lawrence looking.
Picked off.
Away.
Are they going to call pass interference?
Sliding in with a flag down.
This might be the interference call we've been looking for all game.
Anthony Walker shrugging his shoulders.
Pass interference.
Defense. It is.
Number 5.
And a 26-yard penalty with 1:44 on the clock.
I don't know how that's pass interference.
The way this
I don't know how that's pass interference. That's crazy.
Seemed like a heck of a lot down in the stretch. But I think the official's saying you're not giving him any chance to get towards the football, and that's why the flag came out. But didn't seem to be a heck of a lot of contact and rolling him up there.
Honestly, if you just get them to 2nd down here, you would probably.
Washington was the intended receiver. First and goal. Tackle 2, and Cleveland will use a timeout. They got 2 remaining.
Yeah, you want to just get them to 2nd down again. 120. You want to get that clock under 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Has to punch it in and then really make things interesting.
Anthony Walker continued to plead his case there. That time talking with the back judge, Tony Jocelyn. Watching the middle, 5 in brown and 11 in white. A little bit of contact there. And I think that's why they made the call. He gave him a little bit of contact in there. I don't think it was egregious, especially with the way that they let him bump downfield today. But I think the case could be made. He didn't let the receiver have a chance to go get the football.
Jaguars break the huddle, 1:44 to go. ETN in the backfield. Motion man is Jones. Lawrence.
Nope.
It's incomplete. Low throw. Jones trying to bring it in with his hands. Newsom holds up for Cleveland.
This about the coverage, but if he's able to catch it clean, he's got a chance. But the ball behind him just a tad, he couldn't bring it to his body before it hit the ground.
Second and goal from the Cleveland 2.
Grip on the bottom with Newsom, have a size advantage if they want to go there and try to create a play.
Lawrence dunks it.
Oh. All right, third down.
Interception would have ended it. 1:37 on the clock.
We're getting pressure.
Watch him come from inside out. 5 is Brown. Slide.
Good coverage.
By the throw, and where Ridley was going, the next guy would have thought it would have been Martin Epperson, MJ Epperson. Receivers working inside, ball's working out.
Finish it off. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Third and goal from the 2.
Oh, Miles is there. Ah. All right. Just recovered the onside kick. They have no timeouts. And you get 40 seconds per clock, right?
And then, once again, the same philosophy.
Philosophy is if you get it back, you're going for the win, not going for the tie. And it's been a game of attrition that way. So maybe Doug Peterson feeling like, hey, I've got to try and get the onside kick. And
It's an untimed down.
As opposed to going and playing an extra time period. Because you kick the extra point.
Yeah, that pass interference penalty really hurt.
The onside kick get done is irrelevant. 2-point try. Cleveland going to get on the same page and take a timeout. 1:33 on the clock. Jacksonville was going to go for 2 earlier. They had a penalty that backed them up, then made the decision to kick the extra point.
See, I think the point you just made at the end there, it's irrelevant if you don't get it. That's why I'm kicking extra point here. Make it 31-28. I still got a shot.
Look, different.
Let's get the onside kick.
I recognize that. There are certain things that you learned through following this sport that you still want to force the other team to do something.
So if you miss it, it's done.
So the whole point of an onside kick, which is not a high percentage play,
Even worse percentage nowadays with the new kickoff rules.
but you still think that forcing them to grab it is still a play that they have to make. First and foremost, they're going for 2. Lawrence.
Miles is there.
Miles there gets to the quarterback in a 4-point game.
Does that count? Does that count as a sack? Yeah, I don't know why they kept trying that.
2 reasons. One is Myles Garrett, of course, but 2,
All right. Just get the onside kick and get home.
on the back end. And when you have a condensed field and the back of the end zone is an extra defender, even harder to find places to fit the football. It's been interesting. Kevin Stefanski on 4th downs today has been aggressive and it's paid off for him. So Doug Peterson has always been aggressive. Hasn't paid
Right
off.
now, you're about 14 seconds on the clock.
So again, they'll try the.
But no, you can run it out. Yeah.
Still in it. You're in it. You have time to go down and score a touchdown. The difference, though, you'd be looking at trying to gain 25 yards for a game-time field goal versus.
Do not put Amari Cooper on the hands team.
Eventually.
It all matters, but it all becomes moot depending on getting the ball on the onside kick.
Last successful onside kick, week 10 last season at Kansas City. And it's Chris Benz. I was trying to blast that one because there was a timeout call. So the Browns are out of timeouts.
That was interesting when McManus taking that shot at it like that.
NFL Today update. Let's go to New York.
A thrilling end to overtime. Yeah, to say the least. With a little over 7 minutes to go in overtime, Tylan Wallace on a punt return.
Oh, wow.
Goes 76 yards for the touchdown, and Baltimore wins the game 37-31 over the Los Angeles Rams. Back to you, Ian Eagle.
That was a tremendous play to end it in OT for the Baltimore Ravens.
Did we have that in the season opener? Jets, Bills, overtime?
Yes, sir. Xavier Gibson.
Got it. That's ball game right there. That's ball game.
The 47-yard line. It is crochet, and it is
That's ball game.
the Cleveland Browns will improve to 6-1 at home. They get 311 yards through the air from Joe Flacco with 3 touchdowns. Jaguars, no timeouts left. Victory formation here for Cleveland. And what a feeling for Flacco on a kneel down. He was watching the games from his parents' house 3 weeks ago. And now he's winning games for the Cleveland Browns to improve to 8-5. Jacksonville with the loss.
The Browns at 8-5. It's good. It's good. Hey, now you start talking about Chicago. Chicago's playing good football lately. Chicago's playing real good football lately. There it is.
Another knee for Flacco. They'll do it one more time. Defense came up big. Offense, good rhythm early, first possession of the day.
Again. And then got to sink. Then a lot of fits and starts to this game, weren't there?
It's a big win for the Cleveland Browns as they defeat the Jaguars 31-27. May the Schwartz be with you if you're Cleveland, because it's working for the defense.
There it is. Big win for the Browns. Big win. Get to 8-5. Obviously put you in your own playoff destiny. And also you needed to win. Like if you want to get the 10 wins and get in, you wanted to have 3 more AFC wins. This takes an AFC win off the board for you that you don't have to worry about. And now you can worry about, just getting to 10. If you beat the Jets and the Bengals, you'll get in. If you beat the Jets, the Bengals, and the Texans, you'll get in for sure. This is a huge win for the Browns and another step in the right direction for this program as they win their fourth game. Well, they win the game with a 4th different quarterback this season. Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll get to the post-game show, y'all. Yeah, I wasn't worried at all. I'll be right back. I use restroom. Big win for the Browns, but that just means the next one will be even bigger. Absolutely, absolutely. We know what they're coming in for. They're not just trying to make the playoffs. They are trying to make a statement in the playoffs. I'm going to be live on Bleacher Report as well. We're going to get that kicked off right in about now. Got another one. Kool-Aid time. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, that was something. The Cleveland Browns beat the Jacksonville Jaguars in what felt like the longest game of all time. I don't know about y'all, but for me, when that game got down to the end and Jacksonville got that last touchdown, I know there were some people nervous, but me personally, I wasn't nervous at all. Like, I just knew, all right, we got this thing down to 130. Once you got the game down to what? You get 40 seconds of play clock, multiply that by 4, you get about 2 minutes. Once you got it underneath 2 minutes, it didn't matter if they scored. We're not going to be the incompetent mess we were last year and fumble an onside kick. We're going to catch it, kneel it out, and win the game. Who cares, right? They're going to go for 2 cute. Miles gets a sack because of it. I just had no fear that the Browns were going to blow that one at the end. And the reason I have no fear that the Browns are going to blow these games at the end, despite years and years of Browns football telling me that I should, is because this is not a team that loses games in such a fashion. They just aren't. They're a different football team. They're different than what they've been. They're different than what they've been before. They're just a different football team than that. They just have been all year. So why would that stop now? You know what I mean? So I wasn't worried that the Browns are going to blow this one. I would love to know if you at home were worried that the Browns are going to blow this one. But the way this team's been playing, I just had no doubt that they wouldn't blow this one. I said in my video, on my Sunday video, that I am actually happy that Trevor Lawrence is playing. The reason I said that I'm happy that Trevor Lawrence is playing is simple. It's because I wanted the Browns to prove something to the rest of the NFL. I wanted the Browns to prove something to the fan base. I wanted the Browns to prove something to everybody watching at home, everybody who's doubting this team, everybody who's telling me we should throw this season in the can because we're not going to win in the playoffs. I wanted you to see this Browns team beat a division opponent. Not a division opponent, my bad. They ain't been in a division for a while. Beat a opponent that's in the playoffs. So you can stop telling yourself this lie that this Browns team is not good enough to win a playoff game this year. I've said it all year. I'll continue to say it again. It's not rocket science. It literally lines up. Every time I say it, there's no holes in this belief. If the Browns defensive line is playing good, the Browns will win. If the Browns defensive line is not playing good, the Browns will lose. Name one game where you felt like the Browns defensive line was cooking on gas and we've lost, and you could probably only name one, and that's the Pittsburgh game that the Browns lost because we fumbled the game away. Now, there were a lot of turnovers in this game from the Browns offense, and I think that's something we do have to address. Like Joe Flacco had the fumble and the interception. Nobody's going to care because you won. But there were more turnovers than you felt like were necessary in offense. You had the Amari Cooper unacceptable fumble, but I thought the fumble and the interception there, just costly mistakes by this Cleveland Browns team that made this game a lot closer than it really needed to. It felt PJ Walker-esque with those turnovers. Now, where it didn't feel PJ Walker-esque is when it comes to being able to connect on big plays with the offense. That's the one thing that Joe Flacco does bring you. He don't hit them layups. Like, he's not hitting the tough threes or the contested shots no more. But you know what? Joe Flacco gonna hit them layups. And Kevin Stefanski is a good enough offensive coordinator to consistently get Joe Flacco enough layups to hit. And this is why I say, Joe Flacco, DTR, I feel like you're going to be fine. It ain't about the quarterback position. You got enough at the quarterback position to get by if you're the Cleveland Browns. Because with Kevin, David, and all that around, you can conjure up some points. You'll be fine, whether it's DTR or Joe Flacco. And I think it's a good thing that you have both of them right now, because if one goes down or if one plays bad, you have the insurance of having a pretty good option behind them. Either way it goes. Joe Flacco, DTR, I kind of see them as similar. And I think that was kind of proven today. Great performance by Joe Flacco. Just did a lot of taking advantage of what the defense was giving him. Defense blew a couple coverages and he got the ball, made his layups. And that's all you need the young fella, well, not the young fella, the older guy to do, the vet to do, is just make those layups. And they made those layups. So good on them, good on Kevin, good on that staff. Look, the run game wasn't going today, but that was expected. The Jaguars have one of the best run defenses in the NFL. And I was saying this to fans who wanted the Browns to run the ball more in that game. I just did not think that was a feasible game plan, because you can't ask them to run at one of the best run defense units when they have such an incompetent secondary. And what the Browns did was just keep picking at that secondary until they made the big mistakes. And they made 3-4 big mistakes in that game that led to points. So again, that's a great game plan by Kevin. It's a great strategy by Kevin, because it would have been real easy to say, oh my God, we're running Joe Flacco out there. Let's just be scared and run the ball. Nah, don't be scared. Be who you are. Throw on them when they are a weak passing defense and do what you got to do. You know, they say the line is, if you start listening to the fans, you start sitting with them. And that's one of the examples of why you can't just listen to everybody, right? Got to throw it in those situations. I applaud Kevin for being pretty ballsy, going for it on that fourth down that they scored it in. Look, offensively, it wasn't perfect. You made some mistakes. You turned the ball over, but guess what? It was a winning enough effort. And I'm never going to discount a winning effort in a football game against a playoff team in the NFL. Defensively, this was a masterpiece. And this was a masterpiece without Denzel Ward. This was a masterpiece against a playoff team without Juan Thornhill. This was a masterpiece against a playoff team without a lot of key parts to this Browns defense. A lot of key players going in and out all week, all game in this one. And you still put up a masterpiece theater performance. Now, I know that the Jaguars scored 28 points, but 14 of those points were off of short fields due to a fumble from Joe Flacco and then a fumble from Amari Cooper. Whatever, right? You got those points, but we know how you got those points. I'm not really tripping off that. The other 14 were off long drives. And look, Trevor Lawrence, they're a playoff team. They're not going to go goose egg. They're not the Arizona Cardinals. You're not just about to dog walk them. They're a playoff team. And again, this is why I wanted Trevor Lawrence to play all week. Because if the Browns would have beat CJ Beathard, nobody cares. Nobody says anything. Nobody puts it at stake. They're just going to say that the Browns are playing easy teams and they're going to get into the playoffs and be food for somebody, and they're going to sleep on us like they always sleep on us. But no, I wanted Trevor Lawrence to play so you could look at it and say, hey, this is what we can do against Trevor Lawrence. Because as I said in the preview, it doesn't matter who comes in here. It doesn't. All that matters is what we do as a defense when you talk about the Cleveland Browns. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. The Browns defense dictates how everybody looks. The Browns defense dictates how the offense looks, how the defense looks. You can have MVP candidates come to town. Brock Purdy, MVP candidate when he came to town in Cleveland. You also had another MVP candidate come to town in Cleveland with Lamar Jackson. Well, not come to town in Cleveland. You played Lamar Jackson on the road in Baltimore. Then They play against this defensive line. This defensive line's cooking. All of a sudden, they don't look like MVP candidates. People think that the Browns are just feasting off of bad competition, despite the fact that we've had the best record. We have a good record with one of the hardest strength of schedules in the NFL. This Browns team's really good, despite all of these injuries, and they're going to continue to be really good. It's about who you are, not who they are. Nobody walks into Cleveland and tells us how we're going to play football. The Browns' defensive line dictates the game against everybody. This defensive line's cooking, getting pressure, getting to Trevor Lawrence, making him throw the ball quick. We win it. We tackle well, we win it. You notice Denzel Ward didn't play in this one. All you needed was to get Mike Ford off the field. No disrespect to Mike Ford. He's an excellent special teamer, but he's just not a cover corner. You get Mike Ford off the field with Cam Mitchell, you solve a lot of your problems. It's not rocket science with this team. It's never been about the quarterback position. Not with this team. It's never been. It wasn't about the quarterback position when Deshaun was in there. It wasn't about the quarterback position when PJ was in there. It wasn't about the quarterback position when DTR is in there. It's not about the quarterback position right now. It's about the defensive line. It's about the defense. When this defense is winning, we can beat anybody. We've beaten the 49ers, who look unbeatable because of our defensive line. We've beaten the Baltimore Ravens, who are the 1 seed in the AFC right now, all at their house because of this defensive line. We could beat the Jaguars, who are undefeated on the road so far this season. Undefeated on the road so far this season. You could beat them because your defensive line. It don't matter if it's Joe Flacco, because you did it with Joe Flacco. You did it with Deshaun Watson. You did it with PJ Walker. You did it with DTR. It don't matter who's in there. Hell, not even like Joe Flacco played a clean game if you just look at the stat sheet. But let's be real, like, he turned the ball over a couple more times than you wanted him to in this one, especially with short field. Didn't matter. Defense is that good. This is the heart of this team. They could beat good teams like this. They could beat bad teams like this. This is who the Browns are. This is why they are to be taken seriously. This is why we compared them to the 2015 Broncos. This is who we believe the Browns to be all season. All season. It helps that we're able to hit the layups on offense. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to Kevin. Hitting them layups. Doing the thing. That's why Kevin is a top-tier head coach. And I want to get to that too. Because there's been a lot of flack in this two-game losing streak that the Browns had about Kevin Stefanski. Crying about the offense. Crying about the team. Saying Kevin should give up the play caller and Kevin should be fired or whatever version of this that you're swinging. And it's just not true. It's just not. Thought Kevin did a masterful job with this one. This was Kevin's finest play calling game. His worst game was against Denver. His best game was today. Kevin's an excellent play caller. He's going to have a bad game or two. Everybody does. But he's an excellent play caller. He's up there. He's excellent. He's a top tier head coach. You know, we used to think of the Steelers as a team that has a top tier head coach. They're falling apart right now because guess what? Their top tier head coach ain't top tier head coaching right now. The Browns, despite getting every reason in the book to fall apart, like the Steelers have lost one player this year. They're falling apart. The Browns have lost 45 players. We out here running D'Anthony Bell, running him at safety. We done lost so many players this year. Every excuse to give up. Every excuse to lose to every good team that you play. 8-5, not falling apart. Who really the best franchise? Who's really the better coach team? Who really has an elite tier coach? Who really has a top tier coach? It ain't Pittsburgh. They got to console their wide receivers after every play because they mad about something. They gotta keep the team together. Don't nobody like each other in Pittsburgh. You come to Cleveland, hey, we lost 2 games in a row. It didn't seem to affect this locker room at all. They still was rolling with each other, rocking with each other, and ready to have each other's back in this game. And that's what you got today. A well-coached, well-moved football team. That's why the Browns are 8-5. An elite defense and a well-coached team get you to 8-5. We are now what the Pittsburgh Steelers used to think they were. Hell, We might even win more than 8 or 9 games. This win was important because it doesn't just mean that you can win a game against a good opponent. It doesn't just mean that you could beat a playoff opponent. It doesn't just mean that. It gives the confidence to this locker room to think that they can do that. It gives the confidence to this offense to think that they can do that. It gives the confidence to this team. I don't know what this team going to look like if they get 4 weeks of consistent quarterback play from somebody. Hopefully it's Joe Flacco. Look, Joe Flacco in his 2 games, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, 2 interceptions. He's going to be the starter for the rest of the year. As much as I like DTR, you got to stick with Joe Flacco until he completely craps the bed, right? Like if he has 3 interceptions next week versus the Bears, okay, put in DTR. Ain't that big of a deal. It really ain't. I think DTR will be able to run the show just fine if Joe Flacco goes down. If Joe Flacco stays healthy, I think you're going to be fine there. I really do think you're fine with either one. And it seems to make people mad that I say that as if I'm slighting Joe Flacco. But I think it's true. You were fine when DTR was running the ship. You're fine with Joe Flacco running the ship. The numbers are a bit better, but Joe Flacco has had the benefit of playing 2 bad passing defense. DTR had to play like 2 of the best passing defenses in the NFL, like his first 3 starts or something like that. So it's a little bit of a different situation, but I think you're fine either way. We don't have to fight about which quarterback plays. Joe Flacco's going to start for the rest of the season because he's had an excellent 2 games. If he falters, you'll go to DTR. It's not that big of a deal. There's no reason to be upset. Special teams came up big in this one. Not just punting. No, not just kicking the field goals, right? D-Hop makes an excellent field goal at the end of this game to pretty much ice it. But I thought that the punting performance was great in this game, except for the last 2. And I thought the punt coverage was good for most of the game. I remember in my report card earlier last week, I said that the punt coverages have been kind of inconsistent. They were more consistent today. They were very consistent today. Very good punt coverage. Pierre Strong's been great in punt coverage. So kick return coverage was great too, but we didn't get to see much of that because they didn't return that many kicks. But I thought they did an excellent job with that. Excellent job on special teams. And again, it goes down to playing complementary football. Last week, the Browns failed to play complementary football. The week before, the Browns failed to play complementary football when DTR went down. You play complementary football, your defense is good enough to beat anybody. You're also bad enough to lose to anybody, but that's just the NFL. But your defense is good enough to beat anybody. You've beaten 2 of the best teams in the NFL already with no quarterback or with like half a quarterback, Deshaun Watson, like with a broken shoulder in the second half of that game. It is what it is. And what it is telling you right here, right now, this Browns defense is good enough to beat anybody. I hope that y'all understand. I know people are telling me like, oh, you can't beat the Texans. You can absolutely beat the Texans. You can absolutely beat the Bears. You can absolutely beat the Bengals. You can absolutely beat any team in front of you. And for whatever reason, if we get this road team thing under our belts, even though I don't think it's necessarily 100% true, because this defensive performance was very similar to the one they gave on the road to Baltimore. Like, I think they're capable of playing good defense on the road. It just happens that they've had their worst games on the road. This defense is good enough to beat anybody. This defense is good enough to beat anybody. This defense is good enough to cause havoc in the playoff. And don't let us get a good draw. Don't let us get the AFC South team. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. That's how good this defense is, man. That's how good this team has been. And that's how good the Browns have been. They're a well-coached football team. They're a well-coached offensive team. They can hit the layups now, at the quarterback position. And I think they'll be fine and they can withstand some blows even on that offensive side. They're in a good spot to make a lot out of this season that nobody thought was possible once Deshaun Watson went down. We're a different franchise than we were in 2020. We're a different franchise than we were in 2018. We're a different franchise than we were in 2003. It's a different team. It's a different franchise. We are what we always hoped we could be, which is one of those teams that's just well coached, really talented, and just flat knows how to win. That's who the Browns are. The Jaguars, they're trying to be us. They're trying to get to where the Browns are right now. You think the Jaguars could survive the amount of injuries that the Browns have and still be at 8-5? You think Pittsburgh could survive the same amount of injuries that the Browns have and still be over 500? You think, like, literally look at any team in the playoffs right now and ask me outside, no, not even San Francisco, because when they've had injuries like this, they've fallen out of 500. So what team can survive the injuries that the Browns have had this year and be 8-5? The answer is none. That's how good this team is. And it's about time we all remembered that. Let's get to some comments. It's going to be fun to get into. Let's get into some comments. Y'all, this is one of the better Browns victories of the year, because this just says a lot about who this team is. Now, the injury report on Wednesday, we're going to, like almost every win, it seems like we hold our breath until that Wednesday injury report drops to make sure we didn't lose any more key pieces for the rest of the year. But this is why I have the ultimate confidence in this team. This is why I've had confidence about this team for a very long time. This is why I don't just default to same old Browns, right? Let's get these super chats back on the screen here. Sorry about that. Had to go away for a little bit. All right. Jeffrey Anderson says, Yahoo, absolutely. Phil says, can we talk about the lack of PI calls until Jacksonville needed a call? Yeah, man, that was a rough one to call there. That was a really rough one to call, but we ended up winning anyways. It doesn't matter. Joe Flacco's 100th career win comes as a Cleveland Brown. Who would have thought? Chris Gustafaro says. It's Austin says, Kool-Aid time. Jayon says, big win for the Browns. That just means the next one is even bigger. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's look at the BR chat. Flacco rules. True Flacco with 3 interceptions is the normal with DTR and Walker. I don't know, because DTR didn't really turn the ball over those 2 starts he had when he had time to prepare. He actually did a really good job of not turning the ball over, like a really exceptional job at that. So I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't lump DTR in with PJ Walker. I think PJ Walker's a little bit of a different beast than Joe Flacco or DTR. I really don't. And again, there's no reason to be this hostile towards DTR. Like, he was fine when he was in there once Deshaun went down. Joe Flacco's been pretty good, so you're going to stick with Joe Flacco. You have 2 very good options. I don't see why there's a need for people to want to make this a controversy. There's absolutely no controversy in this. Absolutely no controversy. Joe Flacco's going to play for the rest of the year, as he should. He's played well. And DTR will come in if Joe Flacco needs somebody to come in. And I think that's a pretty good spot for the Browns to be at. Like, somebody pointed out, Flacco seemed to have arm trouble late. Yeah, he's just older. Like, that's going to happen, but you can work around that. Ray Rag says, is there another one of our Super Bowls? Or are Steeler fans worried about not being able to win beat a 2-win team at home? Hey, man, Pittsburgh got more things to worry about than the Cleveland Browns right now. They got trouble at home. Pittsburgh is legitimately talking about firing Mike Tomlin. Like, it's not the usual, Steeler fans are just mad, they're suggesting firing Tomlin. No, that shit is real. Like, the fire Tomlin stuff in Pittsburgh right now, that shit is real. Zachary Davino says, Kevin, Coach of the Year candidate, Q. I don't think it's crazy, but I think that I don't know, with Detroit losing to the Bears, if the Browns get to, like, how many wins can they get to? Because they play the Bears, they play the Texans, they play the Jets, they play the Bengals. Let's say the Browns win out, get 4 more wins. That would put them at 12. If the Browns get to 12 wins, Kevin's winning Coach of the Year. If the Browns get to 12, he's winning Coach of the Year. Absolutely. Very scary to think what this team would be if Watson and Chubb were healthy. Hey, they'd be incredible. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that this would be an incredible team. I don't know if the record would be that different, because some of the games they lost, I just don't see changing. Like, they just had some bad performances from some key players. But point differential would be much different. And yeah, I mean, like, you would be a Super Bowl contender, if not the 1 seed, if those 2 were healthy. AWOL says, great win. Worried about Grant Delpit. Much love, Q. Well, the good news on Grant Delpit is it's a groin injury, not a head injury. So if it was a head injury, you have to do the whole clear protocol thing, which is a bit more strenuous of a process. With the groin injury, that's something that can be fixed. And like, we got to investigate what Myles Garrett is made of, because I saw 2 players run into Myles Garrett and get hurt and Myles Garrett just completely unaffected. David Bell was really clutch. Got to feel good for him. Yeah, I mean, I just still don't know what happened on that back end for Jacksonville. Like, I don't know how they blew it that bad. Like, somebody fell. I guess they engage 8 You don't engage 8 a veteran quarterback. That's stupid. That was so stupid by Jacksonville. I can't believe they did that. It makes you question all this stuff you hear about Doug Phillips. Not Doug Phillips, but Doug. It's like, is he really a good coach? Because that was stupid. That was so dumb. Like, you gotta get on the headset and say, nah, dog, just run 6 or something like that. You ain't gotta go elite 8. I mean, engage 8. That's so dumb. All out, like 0 blitz? That's crazy. That was a crazy defense. On a 4th and 2? Kevin Stefanski said Flacco's the guy the rest of the way. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, at this point, he threw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's going to be the guy for the rest of the game, for the rest of the season. But you're in a good spot. You know, let's say for us that are worried about the age, that are worried about Flacco getting old and not being able to take the week-to-week grind. If that happens, you could just go to DTR. And I think you'll be fine. I think DTR is a fine option. I think Joe Flacco is a fine option. I think you'll be fine with both. It's much better than going back to PJ. And I see no reason to be really too concerned about the quarterback position going forward. And that's crazy because we're like down to 4th or 5th options. But yeah, I see no reason to be overly concerned about that. Really don't. So we'll be fine. I really don't think that the quarterback thing. Yeah, no, I mean, like, again, people are arguing this. There's no reason to argue it. DTR should be the backup right now. Joe Flacco should be the starter. But also, you can say at the same, like, it doesn't have to be. Here's the issue that I have with some of the temperament of the conversation is it seems like we go, well, DTR, he sucks. Joe Flacco must start. That's just simply not the case. DTR's fine. Joe Flacco's been better. We're going to go with Joe Flacco. If Joe Flacco, like, falls off a cliff or gets hurt or something because he's older, that can happen. You can go back to DTR. You'll be back to fine. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. We don't have to argue about it. We don't have to say one shitty and one just to pump up the other. We don't have to tear down one of the Browns to push up one of the Browns. You can just say, hey, Joe Flacco's good. He should start. He's playing better. But if we gotta go back to DTR, it's not that big of a deal. And that's a perfect spot to be in. Like, this is what we've wanted all season. This is why we've been crying about Josh Dobbs, right? Like, this is exactly where you want to be. This is good. This is a good development. Yeah. We don't got to shit on one to push one up. DTR does some things well. Joe Flacco does some things well. Right now, Joe Flacco playing better. You go with Joe. It ain't that deep. We ain't got to argue about this shit. Twitter has fooled us into thinking we got to argue about everything. We really don't have to argue about everything. Like, that's not true. We really don't have to argue about everything. Yeah, we really don't. There's no reason to argue about it. But yeah, it's good. It's good that somebody's playing well. We'll see what happens for the rest of the year. But if you know something goes wrong, you feel pretty like that's one of the few positions where you haven't been, well, you have been worn down, but you're fortunate to feel good about the backup as well. So you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot, man. Ray Rag says, you could tell Q is a Madden play caller calling it engage 8. LOL, it never works on Madden. Or it's a 0 blitz engage 8. It's a similar concept, right? But yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Ray Rags. Again, it doesn't have to be a debate. I really hate this debate between, like, I really hate how, like, nasty people get with it, with quarterback debates when it just is unnecessary. And this is one of the most unnecessarily nasty quarterback debates I've seen. It just doesn't have to be this nasty. But the team's good. And guess what? No matter who's in, Joe Flacco for the rest of the year. Joe Flacco going to win a bunch of games if this defensive line plays well. Joe Flacco, look, I'll put it right here. If the Browns defensive line plays like they did today in the playoffs, if the Browns make it, Joe Flacco going to win a playoff game. And if Joe Flacco got hurt before the playoff game and the Browns defensive line plays like, they're going to win a playoff game. The Browns defensive line is good enough to win a playoff game. The Browns defense is good enough to win 2 if you really could, if you get the right cards. Now, if you get against like an elite team or like Pat Mahomes is one of them games against you, I don't know, who knows? But you can win playoff games with this team. Straight up. Straight up. I feel so good about the quarterback situation right now. And that's crazy to be in because we just lost Deshaun Watson for the rest of the year. But I that's the one position I don't really have to be worried about. Running back, there's some concern there. We're not getting consistent production out of there. Offensive line, we just lost another starter. I'm more concerned about that. Wide receiver, we've had a ton of drops, but I think if one of those two stay in for long, like if Joe Flacco plays for the rest of the season, by the time we get to the end of the year, that stuff's going to be done. I think that just has a lot to do with changing quarterbacks every week. Then you have on the other side of the ball, defensively, you're really thin at corner. You're really thin in the secondary period. There's other stuff to worry about. Like quarterback's probably the last position that I'm like, okay, if something goes down there, I'm scared about. I'm not that concerned about it. I'm more worried about other spots. Like offensive line, you are down 3 starters right now because Ethan Posick didn't come back in that game. Thought Nick Harris did a good job stepping up. You're already down your starter/backup in DeJuan Jones, and then you're already down Jed Wills. You need to get healthy on that offensive line. That's where it's going to hurt you. That's where it's going to hurt you. But everywhere else, like, I think you're all right. Yeah, JOK played good. The defense played good. Safety's getting scary. Yeah, the secondary is going to get scary. I'm happy the next game is at home. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, the Bears are no joke right now. Justin Fields playing good football. Can't sleep on him. Yeah, DeJuan Jones, Denzel Ward, they should be back next week. I think the bigger thing with Denzel Ward is just making sure Mike Ford doesn't get on the field. If Mike Ford has to play on the field, then it's a problem. If Mike Ford doesn't, then you're good. All right, let me start to get these post-game press conferences pulled up. And then we will be good to go. Trap game next week. There's no such thing as a trap game at the end of the season. They all are important. And again, the Bears just beat one of the best teams in football. They just beat the Lions by a couple points. You'd be silly to sleep on them. And I'm sure it's a well-coached team, man. They're not going to make these kind of mistakes. They ain't going to show up. They're going to show up. I have no doubt about it. All right, let me pull up these press conferences for y'all, and then we will get on going.
And Posick. The stinger. Grant has a groin injury. Obviously, I have to do tests on all of those. Just very proud of that football team. Knew it was going to be that type of game. That's a playoff team coming in here, AFC opponent. It was hard. We knew that, but really fought to the end and just guys making big plays when we needed them. Defense taking the ball away 4 times was outstanding. Obviously, MJ getting 2 of those. And then just, again, everybody coming through for the football team when they needed to. The atmosphere was awesome. Our crowd was into it from the jump. So it was great to be down here. And then, obviously, we'll learn from it. There's things that we know we can clean up. And then, we want to be playing our best football. clean up some of those things. But with that, I'll take any questions.
Are you ready to say that Joe is going to be the starting QB the rest of the year?
Yes.
What did you think of him today? I mean, Kevin, second week here and he throws for 3 touchdowns and 311.
Yeah, played well. I think you expect him to get better as he gets more comfortable in our system with our players, those type of things. But we just talked about him and all of our guys doing their job, giving us their best, and I thought that's what he did.
Kevin, what's your reaction to winning games with 4 different quarterbacks? It's very unusual.
Not much of a reaction. Just it is what it is. We play with who's ever available.
Kevin, your decision to go for that field goal there at the end, did you think about punting or?
I did. We have a guy who is now 8 for 8 from back there. So you always think about players and thinking about Dustin and him coming through for the football team. That's what he did.
What about that 4th and 3 decision? Go for it, get the touchdown.
Yeah, that was outstanding. Unbelievable play by the quarterback. He's not hot. He's hotter than Hades on that play. And we did not have that blitz picked up, and he drifted to his right. Great feel by David Bell. And then, an unbelievable play.
How great is it for you guys to be in this? Heated AFC race in this stretch, and then come up with a quarterback like Joe who can give you big games like this in big moments?
Yeah, I think focus is a little bit more narrow for us, Mary Kay. Obviously, today, we knew that today was not a playoff game, but it's going to feel like a playoff game. And it was, because that's a very good football team. So we knew what this game was going to be about. We knew what type of matchup it was, knew what type of fight it was going to be. And then, to your point, Joe's been in big games. So feel comfortable with him leading the football team.
What is it about Joe that has allowed him, I know his experience, but obviously be able to come in the way that he did and be able to be so effective so fast?
Yeah, I think a player that's been around and has had the career that he's had, he can really lean on his experiences, lean on his games that he's played, the different systems he's been in. And he just told that to the football team, just where, some of the things that he's been through and now we as a team have been through. It is good for you in the end.
Kevin, you said you wanted to play your best football in December. Do you think you are? Do you think your team is at its best?
We're not there yet. I mean, that's the goal. We need to get better. Offense, defense, special teams, we need to get better, continue to get better. There's a variety of ways to do that, and that's what it'll be.
Now, it's only the 8th time in NFL history that 4 starting quarterbacks have won a game in a season. What is it about this team that they've been able to adapt that way, the quarterbacks, and then you kind of adjusting the different?
No, I think the stats, that stat is about the players. I mean, it tells me that we have a team that is ready to win regardless of who's playing that position. And we've found this season that we have to deal with injuries just like the rest of the NFL. Everybody's dealing with injuries, and we always use it as an opportunity, and I think that's what we're doing.
How proud of your defense, considering they were dropping like flies and Denzel wasn't there and Juan wasn't out there?
Yeah, it was. We had a bunch of guys injured going into the game. Lost some guys in that game, as you saw, kind of in and out of the lineup. And I thought Coach called a great game. Coach Schwartz did a great job. Those takeaways were absolutely key. I don't know how many points we scored off of them, but those were key. He was aggressive. There were a couple sacks there where we knocked him out of field goal range. So I thought Coach was outstanding today.
And being involved in a game that lasted so long and without going.
I was muted.
I'll check and get back to you, Jeff. I'm not off the top of my head. I'm not sure, but that was like an NBA game. Those last 5
Okay, so what I said was while I was muted, my bad. I had my hard mute on. One of the things that came up in the press conference was that, Joe Flacco and David Bell, they adjusted to the blitz, and that was a scramble drill. That wasn't a play call. I saw that immediately. I was like, there's no way that was a play call. There's no play call that's like that, right? They saw the blitz. They saw where it was coming from. Joe Flacco, being a veteran, knew exactly where to go. David Bell knew to sink into that spot, made a play. That's a big play right there, right? That's why Joe Flacco is going to be the starter for the rest of the season, and you feel really good about that. And you're in a fortunate position if you're the Browns that you feel good about whatever you have to do going forward, right? At that position. It's probably the one, as amazing as it is that Deshaun Watson's out for the year, it's the one spot I don't really worry about. Like quarterback, I feel like that's going to be good enough to win, regardless of if there's an injury or not. Now, the defense, what offensive line I'm a little bit worried about. You're out 2 starters already. It looks like you're going to be out a third. So that's kind of concerning. But this defensive line is good enough to will whatever offense is out there to a victory versus anybody.
Vital role today. You had Cameron Mitchell, you had Ronnie Hickman starting the game. Talk about their contributions, and a lot of times people always say next man up, but your team embodies that. Can you talk
Who
about
the hell is that? I ain't never heard that voice.
You know, it's sorry, you're too late in the season to be rookies. So they're pros now, and we're counting on them, and that's how it works in this season. We've had a lot of rookies play already this season, guys and we trust them because they've been through it with us, and we're going to need them down the stretch as well.
Kevin, how close was Denzel to playing today?
He was questionable, so 50-50. But he's getting better.
On that 4th and 3, did you know the whole time you were going to go for it?
Yes.
And then you said you didn't have the blitz picked up. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, yeah. It's sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have an opportunity to check into a different protection, if you will. They brought a good pressure that we could not pick up with 6-man protection. Joe recognized that right away. David Bell recognized that, and I just thought Joe being able to drift, throw off his back foot, that's a very, very heady play by a veteran.
Kevin, all your 4th down decisions paid off today. So how important was it for you heading in just to be aggressive, and how rewarding is it to see your guys be clutch in those moments?
Yeah, Nate, it's always about whatever it takes to win that game that you're playing. So we felt there were going to be opportunities there where we wanted to be smart, aggressive. We're not just going to be aggressive for the sake of being aggressive, but we thought there would be opportunities to keep our offense out there and keep a drive going, come away with points against a very good football team.
Obviously, it would be hard for Joe to be completely mistake-free coming in just 3 weeks ago, but obviously he's got to stay away from those turnovers.
Yeah, I put him in some bad spots, so we'll again, that's what I talk about, learning from some of these. There's some, concepts maybe that are good, but and we got to do a better job of giving the quarterback and all of our players stuff that they got reps on.
Kevin, you guys had 8 guys involved as pass catchers today, kind of similar to last week, but spreading the ball around. How important is that kind of moving forward to evolve the passing game?
Yeah, we have a lot of guys that we trust. There's guys that we know when the ball's in their hands, they light up, and that's what we're trying to do. And obviously we got some guys like Amari that is going to be getting a ton of attention from the defense, and that's a lot of what happened today. A lot of what happens in these games as Amari gets more attention, it opens up opportunities for the other guys.
What did you see out of David Njoku, and on that 3rd and 1 early? Is the hope that nobody runs with him when he releases?
That is the hope. Yes. We installed it saying, "Hope nobody runs with you, Dave." We in that personnel grouping, it's very heavy run, I'm sure. So that's what they were playing. So it just, to get a guy open like that, the defense obviously made a mistake. But Dave's a guy, he gets another guy who gets a ton of attention. He's always comes through and makes plays for us and made a great job, made a great play there.
I think you guys have lost the turnover battle like 9 times, but you won it today, and that just has to be the way that it goes the rest of the way, right?
It's so important, Mary Kay, and we can learn. Amari can learn from that rep. I mean, he knows it. He's got to have better technique. It's not like you just got to put it away. You just got to be better with his technique on that play. So we will continue to coach it. We'll continue to clean up our technique when it's there. But for our defense to go take the ball away 4 times, harassing the quarterback, hitting the quarterback, who's a very, very tough kid, that was a big part of this game.
When did you know earlier in the week that you'd be defending against Lawrence?
We assumed the whole time that he'd be the guy.
You said Friday you trusted any of the backups on the O-line. Well, you wind up using 3 guys that aren't in your starting lineup. So what's it say about them and just your team in general that you can do what you did?
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Again, December football. Number one, all the guys in there are dealing with something. Nobody's 100%, and unfortunately, you're going to have some guys in and out of the lineup. But I give credit to our players for staying ready all along that front. Those guys are ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Nick Harris being a prime example today, and then the coaches. I think the coaches do a great job of making sure all their guys are ready to go.
Good.
Okay, thank you guys. Thanks.
So that was Kevin Stefanski talking after a Browns victory. Just so much to get here. So much. Hey, man, that punt by Corey Bojorquez was crazy in this game. That was a crazy moment for this team. We'll get to more press conferences as they come out. Most definitely. I'll be rocking with y'all and probably for about 15 more minutes. So we'll rock this out. Ain't it amazing the difference that this team makes when you just get rid of
feel like
Mark Sanchez?
I'm doing like
all right, Joe Flacco at the podium right now.
Great job feeling a little soft spot and then making it happen from there.
Did you see it happening right away? Kevin talked about how you just kind of slid over.
I knew I needed to buy a little bit of time because they were coming after us, and I was going to probably have some pressure off of that side. And he was running a little option route, and I think in that situation you can probably anticipate a little bit easier because it's fourth down. You have to throw the ball anyway. But like I said, it was really up to him to find that little spot, and he did it.
Joe, Kevin named you the starter for the rest of the year. How does that make you feel? And then how do you feel about the way that this offense is starting to play with you at quarterback?
Well, obviously it feels good when it looks like people have confidence in you. I know I've been in a bunch of locker rooms, but whenever you walk into a locker room, you still want to gain the respect of everybody. And, you don't know if you quite have that until you can go out there and get a win and continue to do it day in and day out. You try to carry yourself the right way and you try to do all the right things, but that doesn't guarantee anything in terms of going out in the field on Sunday. So it feels awesome to go out there and get the win. I do feel like we're doing a lot of good things. Today was a sloppy game. I didn't play my best. We turned the ball over a couple times, and you got to give a lot of credit to our defense the way they played today. 14 points off of Jacksonville got those balls at least inside the 30-yard line both times. I would say inside the 20 probably, right? Tip your hat to our defense. Our offense does, I think you guys can see it and feel it a little bit. We have the ability to really start to get over the hump. We're not quite there yet, but we're going to work hard and we're going to continue to get better.
So recognizing that zero blitz is not something that Russ would come into play, right?
I think you're always pretty aware when people are coming after you. I say that, but then I also got hit from my right side and fumbled. So who knows? It's part of the game, and you happen to see some of those things. Listen, there's all kinds of those plays that don't work out, and you hope that you can overcome it and win the game anyway. And that was just one of the big plays for us today.
Joe, can you put into words just what it's like to come off the couch, so to speak, come in here to Cleveland Browns Stadium, so much on the line, 38 years old.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm not a man of very many words in terms of well-spoken words. I can sit down at a table and sound like a moron for you, but coming up with words about how this feels, I'm not going to do a good job of that. There's so many different things that are running through my head. It's unbelievable to be out there. It's a really unique experience. I can't say it enough to have children that are of the age where they understand what's going on, and I'm going to remember these things forever. So I'm, like I said, I said it earlier, I'm just trying to stay in the moment and be as grateful as possible and, keep getting better.
Your 100th win, does that milestone mean anything?
I would normally say no, but I was.
A super chat from Ray Rags says, "This is the year the contract extensions. Kevin Stefanski and AB need to get one. Hurst should get one. Nice to have stability for once." Yeah, man. Here's the thing that's great about where the Browns are as a team. They're at the point to where they don't need to get like a giant free agent addition. They just need to keep who they got. And that's a lot easier to do. It's a lot harder to sign a Grant Delpit than it is to re-sign and extend a Grant Delpit. You know what I mean? It's a lot cheaper.
During the game and things like that, but you are aware of it. And I'm definitely proud of it. I'm gonna be when it's all said and done someday. I will look at that and it will be something that I'm sure I'll be proud of. So.
Joe, on all three of the touchdown passes, the receivers were basically wide open. Can you just talk about the play design and how the execution to get all three.
Yeah, it's awesome when for a quarterback when you get that picture. I mean, listen, I think you got to credit how well we've done in short yardage situations and how well these guys have done running the ball all year. So the first even last game against the Rams, like we started to see what worked in those short yardage situations, loading up and coming at people, and I think that's what happened on that first one. They're so loaded up to try to stop our play up the middle. And we get a guy wide open. And then the other one wasn't necessarily that situation, but it's a similar thing. You do a little play action, you get guys to kind of get drawn up a little bit. And Dave is an awesome guy to have catch those passes. That is his strength. Get him the ball while he's moving, down the field. And he's a tough tackle. You can see his speed. I don't know what he ran or anything, but you can see his speed and strength, obviously. When he gets the ball in those types of situations, he's pretty special.
Joe, has your family been here today?
They were here today, yeah.
Has it been tough to leave them behind?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
They don't.
What are they? They just asking. What are we asking here, man? What kind of what? Why? Why are we asking that? Why are we asking that? Am I tripping? Like, are we? Okay, it's just goofy, unserious.
They really don't care that much. I think initially, every kid reacts differently. My second son definitely was a little bit emotional when I left initially.
Don't nobody give a fuck.
They have their friends and they have all the things that they're keeping them occupied. I'm the one that's trying to hang around the facility as long as I can and stay around people as long as I can, because I'm the one going back to a hotel room by myself. I normally wouldn't. So as long as I'm in the situations where I'm around people, I'm good. But when you're back in a room by yourself, there are things that like your mind has time to wander. And if they were 3 years old, I probably wouldn't feel it that much either. But like I said, they are a really cool age. They want to hang out. They want to throw the ball around. Like my son brought a ball to the hotel, and I'm like just sitting there on the chair, just going like this, So yeah, there's definitely things like that you miss. But listen, there's no better profession than the NFL to spend time with your kids and have them be a part of it. So. I haven't seen them yet. I haven't seen them yet. I'm sure they'll pick on me for the bad plays. That's what they'll do.
Joe, when you were waiting for some team to call, and you saw this situation with the Browns, did you think they would be one of the teams that would call you, or were you just
it got into the point in the year where there was probably a couple times where I could have gotten called, but I didn't. So I was starting to think that I wasn't. And especially even these guys, they didn't call me till later in the week. So I kind of had thought the time had gone and passed. So, but they wanted me to come out and work out, and I was grateful to do it. And
Joe, off that, when we first met you, you said, I didn't know if this was going to happen for me. I was starting to kind of lose a little bit of faith. To go from that to now you're one of 5 quarterbacks in NFL history to throw 5 touchdowns with a new team in your first 2 games, and now you guys are right in the thick of the playoff race and got a chance to do something. What do you make of all of that, this whirlwind month for you?
I think it's a little scary to, not sign somewhere in the off season and not be at training camp somewhere. But I was trying to, keep a positive light on it and spin it in a positive way and see all the benefits of possibly getting a call from a team at some point that needs somebody to help them win. So listen, I think it comes down to I didn't have a choice. It wasn't like I turned anybody down in the off season. I probably would have had a tough time doing it, even though I was at the point mentally where I don't know if I would have wanted to go do it. So listen, obviously life puts you in certain situations and you don't know why. You just got to make the most of it.
So was this the ideal situation? When you're sitting on your couch, are you thinking about playoff team and coming in and starting in December?
Listen, we still have, our next game. We have, what do we have? 4 games left, but our next game. So listen, we still got to go take care of business and get better and better and better, and that's really my main focus. I don't want to look at what the situation I was coming in is. Listen, we still have to go out there and make the most of what we have.
What have your teammates done to instill that confidence in you that you've talked about wanting to come in and show that? So what have they done to, on the flip side, to show that confidence in you?
You know, I think it helps when you've been around a long time, and these guys have watched you play growing up. You know, there's something about having an older guy in the locker room that guys like to come up and at least wonder why the hell I'm doing it. So there's always some kind of talking point and things like that. So I think you get comfortable with people. You know, I'm confident in the way I throw the ball and stuff like that. So I think when you go out and have good practices, that's the starting point, and then you got to go out and play well in the game. And I think we've done a decent job of kind of, you know, doing that so far, so that you can have these guys build a little bit of that confidence.
So how were you able to maintain that belief that you could go out and still play at a really high level, considering, you know, when you look at even the record over your previous 17 starts wouldn't have necessarily stated that. But, you know, why did you believe in yourself so much, and what did you think you were still going to be capable of if you got another chance?
I think when you've played so many football games, you know, there's a reality that sets in that you're going to go
Let me tell you, Joe Flacco got the media in him. Paul, they love him.
through tough times.
You know, you can tell when you're well liked in a media room by the questions you get asked, and when they ask you easy article questions, oh, they teeing up them Joe Flacco's just a family man who loves his kids articles. You know what I mean? Like, Deshaun Watson will be getting questions because they don't like him. Like, some of the press don't like him, right? I think Mary Kay likes him, but like half of the press don't like him. But he getting them easy, like, hey man, how your kids doing? Like, seriously, they was asking Joe Flacco questions about his kids. That tells me everything I need to know about the articles they about to write. They about to fluff it up. They about to fluff it up this week. And good for him. He deserves it after this performance. But you can always tell when the fluff pieces are coming when they start asking the most irrelevant questions of all time at that presser. Like, somebody start asking you if your mama was at the game. Oh, you must have cooked, because they getting ready to write that positive shit all week. Good for him. He deserves it.
And it's your job to persevere.
They out here like, hey, how's the kids, Joe?
And I'm not saying that it's always like 100%. Like, yeah, I'm the best in the world. Like, I got this. You know,
how was it like to overcome everything?
You're probably questioning it, and you got to just continue to go and go and go and push and push and push and just try to get better and focus on the thing that you're doing. And, you know, that allows you to not think about all that and just go out and do what you love.
So when you first met with us, you basically said you think you still have.
Jeez, how long is this press conference?
You stand here after an exciting win and say, hey, I didn't play my best today. How are you still evaluating what you have left? Is it just turnovers? Is it situational? Like, how do you say, hey, that was really high-level execution for them?
Yeah, I think it's just when you go back and watch the tape, are your eyes in the right spot? Are your feet in the right spot?
We for sure the number one seed without all those injuries, says Sly. Yeah, I would agree.
It's all that kind of stuff. So there was a couple of times today where it felt like my feet weren't tied in with my eyes, and maybe my eyes were in a bad spot, and then all of a sudden I was making a bad throw that I don't usually feel like I.
But let me make this clear, because again, people are debating this. I see we should be thrilled with what's going on at the quarterback position, Browns fans. Like, I don't see a reason to debate this. We should be thrilled. We are living the best case scenario at quarterback. We truly are. Like, this shit couldn't be going any better if we asked it. Like, it couldn't. We're at the best case scenario. There's literally nothing to be arguing about, nothing to be mad about. Joe Flacco's playing great. So let's just roll with it, right? He's playing great. Let's roll with it. If it goes wrong, okay, you felt fine about DTR a couple weeks ago. You could just go back to him if he gets hurt, or if he just like completely like those like 6 interceptions in the game or some shit like that, right? Like, we are living the best case scenario for a team that lost their quarterback for the season. Look at me, eye contact. We are living the best case scenario. This is the best timeline for this set of circumstances in the Browns 2023. We are in the best timeline. Ain't nothing to debate. Ain't nothing to debate. We are in a great situation. A great situation. A perfect, you could not ask to be in a better spot at quarterback right now. You really couldn't. You could not ask. But so many people are dedicated to being miserable about this. They finding a way to be miserable about being in the best case scenario. Hey, man, if you're not happy and you're a Browns fan right now, Darren, you ain't never going to be happy, dog. Like, you might as well stop watching. This team will never make you happy. If you cannot be satisfied with where they're at right now, you will never be happy with this team. This is the best case scenario. Straight up.
I'm doing like a couple balls just came out bad today, and like I said, I think it starts with, maybe where my eyes and feet were, and then it kind of just a chain reaction from there. So.
Was there any confusion coming into this stadium thinking, I got to go to the visitors' locker room?
It's definitely a little different. It's different perspective from the Browns sideline that I'm used to. But it is there is something nice about having played a bunch of games in here and be able to come back and now call it home.
Joe, what does it say about, I know you've only been here a few weeks, but for this team, this coaching staff to win games with 4 quarterbacks in one season, which has only been done like 8 times?
No, listen, you can't say enough about what this team's done all year. Just losing guys and continuing to succeed, whether it's the run game or the offensive line, whatever it may be. I think you got to give the coaching staff and all the guys in there a ton of credit for how they've been able to maintain their focus and still have the belief.
How much is that? How much is that, Kevin?
Yeah, listen, I've only been around Kevin a few weeks, but he's got a very good demeanor. He's definitely a head coach, and I think he's the first guy you're going to have to look at when you talk about that kind of stuff. All right, thanks, guys.
And the endorsement from Joe Flacco to Kevin Stefanski is not surprising. Kevin's a really good coach. Let's get to Miles.
Tough games to find who you are. Coming out other side of this one, it feels real good for a multitude of reasons. But the resilience that this team shows week in and week out, and the toughness. Those are kind of things that are going to carry us very far into the rest of this year, into the postseason.
You guys had injuries going in, you lost guys during the game. You just kept fighting. I mean, what can you say just about the grit and the moxie of this football team?
There's no quit in us, and never will be. That's not not a single man is going to falter or waver. With any adversity that we face, whether personally or through the team, we're all pointing the same direction and keep our eyes towards the prize.
Well, I know there's a lot more to it than just the sacks, but for you guys to have 4 as a defense today, what did that just say? How you guys responded to last week not being able to record a sack?
Could have been more. The officiating was a travesty today.
Oh shit!
Honestly, awful. And the fact that they're letting them get away with hands to the face, holding, false starting. I know they called a couple, but damn, they could have called it all game. And the one that cost us, they're on the 2-yard line.
He's not.
To those guys, it's a hard job, but hell, we have a hard job as well. You can't make it harder by throwing holding and hands to the face out the rule book. And like I said, I got a lot of respect for those guys, but we get scrutinized for the plays that we don't make. So someone has to hold them accountable for the plays or the calls they don't make. And they need to be under the same kind of microscope as we are every single play.
It is crazy that you can't criticize officiating. Like, it's not like just not encouraged. It's not allowed. Like, you get a fine for criticizing officiating. That's so weird because he's definitely getting like a 6-figure fine for that.
A sloppy, ugly, dirty game. Does this qualify as that then?
It was just that, all around. Like I said, all 3 phases, plus the refs, and it's this time it went our way, and we're glad to come on the right side of things. We want that kind of game, but we need to uphold the rules for everyone at all times.
He not fucking around with this. He is pissed.
Joe Flacco and the performance that he gave today, and how exciting it must be for you guys as a defense to know that you've got a quarterback like that that's just gonna go out there and leave everything out there on the field with you.
Draco looked good. I mean, the man was, other than one play, he was fantastic. And we can expect that. No one's gonna be perfect, and he's just picking up things as he goes. But I mean, the man was sharp. He made the plays he needed to make. He picked up those old legs and got a first down. The guy is he's doing it all, and he's just giving it all for this team, and got another respect from the rest of the guys as well.
What have you seen from MJ? I mean, he had those 2 interceptions today, but just his growth this year, and especially what he, in the defense, his impact that he's had.
I mean, he's grown as a player. He's grown as a leader. He's come with a child's mindset every single day. He comes to work, trying to receive and be receptive to all the knowledge that coach is giving, we're given. How can he best be utilized by the team, and how he can help maximize his potential. He's receptive to all that kind of coaching, and it means a lot from a guy. Especially that young to hear from veterans and use that and have a big day like he did. He was where he needed to be. He was flying around. He was making plays. From the perimeter to there in the backfield, looking like he was a receiver. The guys, MJ special, and I like having people who like just love this. You love the game, and you can tell every time he
let everybody know he didn't get cooked by Blake.
Wednesday or Sunday, he just loved the game.
He was whipping Blake Hanson's ass. Oh, that Pro Football Focus grade is going to be crazy tomorrow.
You've had all these different quarterbacks, bunch of injuries, offensive line's been banged up, and here you guys are right in the middle of the AFC wildcard picture. Maybe even the division. What do you make of how he's been able to keep this together, and you guys, playing for him this year?
He's done all right.
Ray Rag says, Miles said, I'll just take care of my money. I have to get something rest off my chest.
Pieces moving in and out, switched around. He's done a hell of a job. And we've answered the call. He's put us in different positions to make up for some of the injuries and different calls and schemes that we're trying to adjust to. But it goes hand in hand with us trying to play off of what we're being put in. But he's putting us in a lot of favorable positions, and he's coaching his ass off.
And Miles, when Joe got here 3 weeks ago, did you have your suspicions about what he had left?
You see all that gray hair, you might too. But other than thinking he's Stefanski's lost brother, the guy, looks good. He came in with just a positive attitude, aura around him. Just wanting to listen, learn, be around the guys. Met him early on in Kevin's office, and seemed like a great guy. Wanted to get to know me. Was just intrigued. To be around us as a team, and he at this point as well, he's he still feels like he's an outsider looking in, but he's one of us, and as long as he continues what he's doing, he's gonna stay one of us.
Do you know that he's got 5 kids that he has to answer to after games?
Gotta tell.
Can you imagine?
They out here asking Miles about Joe Flacco's kids. What are we doing? What are we doing?
One day, maybe in my future, but I couldn't imagine coming home from a game like this and being like, oh, well, 5 pairs of eyes, staring at me from the door. So, the man does it all, as you can see.
Miles, the frustration with the officials, is that just today, or has that been kind of growing over the course of the year?
Nah, that's built up. I don't want to say like what Watt said. The officials got something against me, but shoot, close enough. This hacker shack crap got to stop. Y'all is dominant, as we've seen, and we gonna let them get away with pretty much anything. Is ridiculous. You can't just let a guy put his fingers in your face mask and push your head up, or grab you around the back of your collar, or where he's out of position, so he's gonna snatch you from the front. All that stuff, we see, but we try to promote the offensive game. It's got to be called fair both ways. I don't care about any of that. Offense, defense has to be up, held to the same standard in more ways than one.
Why today? Why is today the day that you think is the time to address that?
Well, if you watch the game and you see what was happening over there on the right end, you'd understand. If you saw how my shoulder looks right now, all red and beat up and looking like I got scratched by a couple of wild feral cats or something, like you'd understand.
Yep, that's the Browns pressers today. I think I'm going to head out here. The post-game video will be up almost immediately after the stream ends. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day.